Your life is not random. It's not chaos, not luck, not fate in the traditional sense. It's designed. Not by a blueprint written on paper, but by invisible scaffolding behind your thoughts. Most never see it. Most never even suspect it exists. But it's there, quietly mapping every relationship, every repeated pattern, every triumph and every trap. There's a field beneath your awareness, a living matrix of internal geography that shapes not just what you think, but how you see, how you react, and ultimately what you build. This isn't about positive thinking. It's not about affirmations or motivation. Those are surface ripples. What we're going to explore is structural, foundational, the unseen architecture of how perception becomes projection. And how you can learn to design that architecture from the inside out. You were born into a landscape of mental terrain already taking shape, some of it inherited, some encoded from experience, and much of it formed unconsciously by repetition, reaction, and the emotional weather patterns of your earliest environments. Over time, you stopped noticing the terrain and began to treat it as reality. That's where this begins. Not with answers, but with questions that aim like chisels. Carving open the stone around your awareness. Have you ever noticed how the same dynamics seem to repeat? Different faces, different cities, same underlying story? Have you felt pulled toward certain outcomes, even as your conscious mind screamed in the other direction? Have you sensed that some part of you is building your life on autopilot? With your hands off the wheel? Then you are not broken. You are operating through a mindfield. A mindfield is not a metaphor. It's a system, an internal terrain layered with emotional topography, belief geometry, narrative momentum, and perceptual orientation. It contains your silent rules, your unseen coordinates, and the scaffolds that form the shape of every decision you make. It isn't static. It evolves. But without awareness, it evolves randomly, shaped by old data, echo loops, and inherited noise. This masterclass is designed to change that. Over 5 phases, you will uncover how your internal terrain is formed, how it reinforces itself, and most importantly, how to redesign it. You'll learn how emotional resonance creates geometry inside the mind. You'll see how feedback loops of thought form echo chambers that feel like truth. You'll gain access to practical tools like dimensional syntax, identity anchoring, and resonance scaffolding that allow you to reshape not only your beliefs, but the very mechanics of your perception. And throughout this journey, you'll experience direct recalibrations, guided simulations, sensory remapping, internal dialogues restructured from within the mindfield itself. This isn't a motivational monologue. It's architectural training for the interior world. It's a method for restructuring the thought forms that shape what you call reality. No new age gloss, no pseudoscientific wallpaper. This is about consciousness as geometry, emotion as design code, perception as editable structure. This is mindfield design. So as we begin, consider this. Your life isn't just happening. It's being built, quietly, consistently, and unconsciously, by an internal architect you've never met. That architect is not your personality, not your goals, not your willpower. It's the field behind your thoughts. And now we're going to meet it. Let's begin with the cartography, the map beneath your mirror, the terrain that's shaped every thought you've ever had, the hidden foundation of your inner design. Next, we will open the first portal, to the silent architect within. You walk into a room, and before you speak, before you move, before any choice is made, your nervous system has already scanned the environment, mapped out a hierarchy, pulled old patterns from storage, and positioned you in the invisible structure of power, fear, memory, and expectation. All before you even say your name. There is an architect behind your behavior. And it's not you, not the version of you you've come to identify with. Not the thinker, not the planner, not the voice narrating your life. It's deeper, quieter. It's the accumulation of unseen structure beneath your thought. Call it a mindfield, a matrix of perception layers and encoded feedback circuits. It runs without your permission, without your awareness, and yet it sculpts the direction of your life like an invisible current beneath a ship. Now pause, breathe, Consider the idea that the outcomes you experience aren't random or even entirely choice-driven, but shaped by an architectural force that sits beneath your thinking. This architect doesn't speak in sentences. It speaks in patterns, in geometry, in emotional loops, in spatial arrangements of memory and perception. It builds from history, reaction, repetition. It builds from every unprocessed signal that ever entered your system. This is not esoteric theory. This is practical, direct, and testable. Think about the last time you felt stuck in a repeated cycle, whether in relationships, creativity, or decision-making. You likely believed the problem was on the surface, a lack of motivation, clarity, or willpower. But the cycle wasn't powered by your choices. It was powered by the shape of your thoughts. And those shapes were not random. They were built. Let's use a metaphor to make this visceral. Picture a city made of dream material, roads that bend based on belief, buildings that grow or crumble according to unresolved emotion, lights that dim or burn based on internal focus. Now imagine the entire city was designed by someone with amnesia, someone who built the streets while sleepwalking, using instructions passed down from generations before, none of which were ever questioned. Now you're asked to live inside that city, make decisions, thrive. But the roads lead in circles. The buildings collapse under pressure. The walls echo voices that aren't yours. This is the average human mind. A dream city designed by an amnesiac architect. To become conscious inside that city is to begin seeing the layout, noticing how certain emotional streets always lead to the same dead end, how certain decision avenues always loop back to fear, how certain windows only open toward the past, and how most of this has been running like clockwork behind the illusion of free thought. This first phase is not about fixing anything. It's about seeing. You cannot rewire what you've never seen. You cannot dismantle what you've never noticed. And that's what makes this moment powerful, not because we solve everything today, but because for the first time, you might begin to see the map beneath your thoughts. So how does this architect operate? It functions through layers. Layer 1, emotional blueprinting. Every intense emotional experience creates a shape in the mind field. These shapes aren't memories. They're structural codes. They create contours through which future thoughts are channeled. Layer 2, repetition encoding. Repeated behavior, repeated emotion, repeated interpretation. All of it hardens into scaffolding. The mind begins to prefer familiarity over freedom. Layer 3, narrative fixation. The story you unconsciously believe about yourself becomes the central axis of the city. Every new experience is routed through it for approval. Layer 4, unseen agreements. Beliefs you didn't consciously choose, ones inherited from culture, family, trauma, form unspoken contracts. This is how reality is. This is what's possible. This is what I deserve. These 4 layers interlock like the skeleton of a building you didn't know you were inside. This is not fatalistic. This is liberating. Because once you see the structure, you can interrupt it. Once you spot the architect's patterns, you can redesign them. But first you must accept something that most find terrifying. Most of your current identity is based on automated structure. Not truth. Not sovereignty. Structure. When you understand this, everything changes. You stop treating surface symptoms as root causes. You stop blaming your failures on personality flaws or external chaos. You begin seeing behavior as design output. You begin decoding your mind as architecture. This approach is not about adding new beliefs or hacking your way to a better mood. It's about structural transformation. It's about returning to the blueprints and rewriting the geometry itself. From here, the work begins. Not with affirmations, not with routines, with perception, with seeing the landscape as it truly is, layered, encoded, shaped by old data and ready to be rewritten. Next, we will trace how your inner landscape, its emotional peaks, mental trenches, and perceptual pathways, generates the repeating external scripts of your life. This is not theory. This is topography, and it is real. Each day, you move through environments that seem separate from you. Streets, rooms, conversations, decisions. But look closer, and you'll notice something strange. The world keeps echoing the same storylines. The details change, but the rhythm persists. Patterns return with new costumes. The same types of conflicts arise. The same emotional climates roll in, even when circumstances appear different. You've walked into new places, only to feel the same energy waiting for you there. It isn't random. It's terrain. Your internal mindscape acts like a projector lens, not just showing you the world, but distorting, selecting, shaping what appears within it. More than perception, this is structural mirroring. Emotional valleys draw in certain dialogues. Cognitive plateaus repeat similar events. Narrative ruts keep you tracking familiar timelines, even as you chase new goals. This isn't metaphysical metaphor. This is architectural psychology. Every mind operates through terrain, a topography formed by past experience, reinforced emotion, and repetition. The internal world becomes a map, complete with boundaries, landmarks, blind spots, and echo chambers. What seems like fate or luck is often just this terrain reflecting back what it's shaped to hold. Let's ground this with clear imagery. Picture the mind as a landscape. Certain areas are fertile, ideas bloom, connection flows, creativity is high. Other regions are dry, cracked, filled with the bones of failed ventures and broken trust. There are cliffs, places where a single thought sends you spiraling. There are foggy forests, emotional zones with no clear direction, just feeling. Now trace your life events across that terrain. Which zones do you keep walking into? This is emotional topology. Emotions are not just feelings, they're spatial coordinates in the internal terrain. When a certain stimulus triggers you, it activates a neural and emotional corridor. Your mind walks a path you didn't consciously choose. And the more you walk it, the deeper the trench becomes. Eventually, that trench becomes a default, a groove, a corridor through which perception, reaction, and choice are funneled again and again. Now external life begins to match the terrain, because your perception routes all input through that corridor. You expect certain things. You anticipate certain emotional outcomes. Your behavior adjusts before you realize it, and reality appears to confirm your expectations. But the confirmation is a projection, not a fact. Here's the crucial insight. Perception is shaped by emotional topography, not by logic, not by vision boards, by what you feel to be true, based on past experience layered into your terrain. This emotional terrain becomes a scripting mechanism, an internal code that auto-generates familiar outcomes and places you inside similar narrative roles. Let's break that down. Recurring scripts in your life, conflict types, relationship patterns, levels of risk, financial ceilings don't just happen. They unfold like software running off an internal operating system. And that system is not just belief, it's spatial emotion. Anger? It lives in canyons, narrow paths with sharp echoes. Shame? Often buried like a sinkhole, sudden and unstable. Grief? Tends to stretch wide, like a wind-blown plain with distant horizons. These emotional geographies pull thought forms toward them. Thoughts do not simply float around your head. They move through terrain, picking up color, shape, intensity. Here's where the structure tightens. You think you're making new choices, but your terrain is choosing for you. Every new situation is cross-referenced with terrain. Does it resemble an old wound? Is it emotionally mapped to a failed attempt? If so, your system auto-navigates away, or toward it, depending on the terrain's coding. That's how self-sabotage happens. It's not conscious. It's geographic. So how do you change it? Step 1. You must learn to feel the terrain as structure instead of reacting to it as emotion. This is the beginning of awareness-based redesign. Try this. Close your eyes. Bring to mind a recurring emotional pattern in your life. Now let that emotion take on a shape, a place, a form in space. What emerges? A tight corridor? A heavy fog? An overgrown path? The mind will begin revealing its topography when you allow emotion to become spatial. Once you see the shape, you can begin rerouting thought. Not through suppression, through design. You don't bulldoze the terrain. You build bridges. You redirect currents. You soften the sharp corners. You plant new possibilities where only erosion had taken place. Your external life will begin shifting not through force, but through structural revision. Next, we will expose the hidden distinction between signal and structure, why most people mistake temporary emotional spikes for true foundations, and how that misunderstanding keeps their terrain locked in outdated shapes. A thought crosses your mind. It has a tone: hope, doubt, fear, inspiration. It hits your body, your breath shifts, and suddenly your reality feels different. Now pause. That moment, so immediate, so intimate, is not what it seems. It wasn't just a thought. It was a signal. And signals are not the same as structure. This distinction is one of the most critical you'll ever learn if you want to master the architecture of your internal world. Signal is temporary. It's reactive. It's often based on sensory input or environmental stimulus. Structure is persistent. It's formative. It lives in the background, shaping how signals are interpreted. You can feel a positive signal. Inside a negative structure, you can hear a triggering signal. Without the structure ever shifting, they exist in relationship, but they are not the same. This matters because many chase signal, thinking it's transformation. They wait for clarity to arrive like a burst of lightning. They wait for inspiration to wake them from inertia. They use peak moments as validation that something has shifted. But when the signal fades, nothing truly changes. Because the structure, the inner scaffolding that holds patterns in place, remains untouched. Let's illustrate with metaphor. Picture a cathedral. Tall ceilings, layered arches, light pouring in through stained glass. Now imagine a lightning strike outside. It flashes. For one brief instant, it changes the mood, the visual, the soundscape. But the cathedral doesn't change shape. The stone stays still. The columns remain. That's signal versus structure. Here's the trap. Emotional signals feel transformative. They carry energy. They move through the body. They spark insight. But if you don't trace them back to the structure underneath, you'll mistake that temporary movement for change. And weeks later, you'll wonder why nothing stuck. True change doesn't come from signal. It comes from structure redesign. And structure redesign starts with identifying resonance scaffolds, the internal patterns that hold thought forms in place across time. Let's define that more clearly. A resonance scaffold is a shape made of repetition plus emotion. When you feel a certain way consistently about a certain type of situation, that emotional frequency wraps around a mental framework and hardens it. Over time, that framework starts influencing future perception. You walk into a new job interview, and your resonance scaffold around rejection gets activated, even though nothing negative has happened yet. You enter a new relationship, but your abandonment scaffold vibrates below the surface, subtly shaping your behavior. And so it repeats. Now imagine that structure as a kind of geometric frame floating inside your awareness. Not visible but felt. Every new thought passes through it. If the thought doesn't match the scaffold's frequency, it gets distorted, warped, muted. This is why affirmations often feel ineffective. You're sending a signal into a scaffold that was built to reject it. The frequency doesn't match, so the structure filters it out. Now let's turn toward transformation. Structure can be redesigned, but it requires more than logic. It requires direct access to the frequency that built the scaffold. And that means tracing the emotion encoded in it. Here's a tool. Choose a repeated emotional pattern. Feel into it deeply, not intellectually. Ask, what shape does this feeling hold? What kind of geometry does it move with? Tight? Expansive? Sharp? Flat? Now, can you interrupt that shape? Change its angles? Expand it by 1 degree? You've just begun frequency remodeling. One angle at a time. Don't underestimate this. Thoughts may seem like language, but they live in form. They have structure. They move through you with shape, weight, tension, lightness. When you begin feeling the structural code instead of getting lost in the content of the signal, everything begins to shift. You move from being a signal reactor to a structural architect. The deeper work of mindfield design will always involve moving beneath the noise, beneath the signal, into the bones of your internal architecture, because only there can change hold. Only there can repetition be broken. Only there can new scaffolds be installed, ones that resonate with the story you were meant to live, not the one that history etched into your nervous system. Next, we will rotate the lens entirely into perception itself and explore how a single-degree shift in awareness alters the entire terrain of reality. By unlocking what we call the thought prism. To be continued. The lens through which you perceive the world is not neutral. It bends, it filters, it selects. Perception isn't passive reception. It's an act of creation. And what's more, it's an act of identity. The version of you that's doing the seeing decides what is seen. There is no singular self, fixed and permanent, observing reality through a clean glass. Instead, perception moves through a prism, one that fractures light depending on where your awareness stands within it. You're not just looking at the world. You're looking through the accumulated facets of past identity fragments, unresolved narratives, inherited belief shapes, and contextual filters. You are never simply witnessing the world as it is. You are interpreting it through angles of inner architecture. This is the thought prism, a structure in your mind field that refracts your consciousness into roles, sub-identities, embedded responses, emotional lenses that shape not just how you think, but who is doing the thinking. Most people do not live from a singular identity. They rotate unconsciously between several embedded programs. The child self responds to failure. The performer self handles attention. The protector self manages relationships. Each of these has its own visual, emotional, and cognitive texture, its own tone, its own expectations of the world. And when one becomes dominant, perception bends to serve its narrative. Let's break it down with precision. Your perception at any moment is filtered by emotional lensing, how your nervous system reads threat versus opportunity, cognitive filtering, which ideas get processed and which get ignored, identity positioning, which internal role is dominant, symbolic referencing, which archetype your consciousness is expressing through. All of this combines into an ever-shifting prism, rotating in real time based on stimuli, memories, and unconscious pattern activations. And because of that, the same external situation can trigger radically different responses depending on the prism angle you're standing inside. Here's the problem. Most people don't realize the prism is rotating. They mistake the perception of the moment as truth. But it's not truth, it's alignment with a particular aspect of the self. Which means until you recognize which identity lens is active, your thoughts are not objective. They are filtered echoes. Let's say you just received a message from someone you haven't heard from in years. You open it. Your nervous system reacts. Who sees it? Is it the past you who carries distrust? Is it the version of you that once felt abandoned? Is it the part of you seeking validation? Each one sees a different message. Each one interprets based on its own structure. Now reverse it. What happens when you become aware of which version of you is doing the seeing? You disrupt the automatic prism effect. You can now choose where to stand inside your own mind. And that is a seismic shift. Let's name a few common perceptual lenses in the thought prism. The fixer. Everything is a problem that needs your intervention. The skeptic. Nothing is ever what it seems. The shadow protector. You interpret kindness as manipulation. The hero you feel called to save, to achieve, to prove. The ghost. You expect to be invisible, so you fade in conversations. These lenses are not flaws. They're facets. Each developed for a reason. Each crafted by past experience. But they're not you. They are refractions. This is the critical transition. You must learn to stand outside the prism. Not abandon it, but become aware of it. Begin to observe which angle is active. Begin to name the lens as it rises. I see the fixer has taken over. I'm not broken. I just activated that program. I feel the skeptic watching again. I choose to hold space for curiosity instead of collapse. This awareness doesn't erase the lens. but it returns power to the observer, who is no longer fully immersed in the refraction. Here's a practical exercise. At any point of emotional activation, pause. Don't analyze the content of the emotion. Instead ask, which part of me is seeing this? Then, what story does this lens believe is happening right now? Finally, is there another lens I can shift into voluntarily? This is not about faking positivity. This is about rotation, a conscious pivot inside the prism, a real-time awareness that the version of you reacting isn't the only version available. Now let's extend this. Once you master identifying the prism's facets, you can build new ones. You can design identity lenses aligned with your future self, patterning perception not from trauma, but from intention. You can create a version of you who sees from creative neutrality, from inner spaciousness, from emotional sovereignty. That identity becomes a structural lens in the prism. It refracts new thought forms. It receives reality differently, and the mind field begins to repattern accordingly. Next, we will uncover the architecture behind this fractal perception, how your mind speaks not in lines, but in layers, and how learning the syntax of layered thinking allows you to restructure how your awareness codes experience itself. Thought is not linear. Despite what language suggests, your thinking doesn't happen in a straight sentence. It happens in loops, in echoes, in nested layers. Each idea connects to another through emotional resonance, symbolic tether, historical imprint. Thought is fractal, not flat. And to restructure the mind field, you must learn to read its language, dimensional syntax. Syntax is structure. In grammar, it's the order of words that gives meaning to a sentence. In consciousness, it's the arrangement of internal layers that gives meaning to perception. Dimensional syntax refers to how your mind organizes thoughts not just in order, but in depth, relationship, and emotional frequency. Here's how this works. Every thought is made of subthoughts. Let's say the surface thought is, I don't trust this person. Beneath that might be, they remind me of someone who hurt me. If I trust them, I could be betrayed. I've been betrayed before, and I didn't recover quickly. Being betrayed means I was naive. Naivety makes me feel unsafe. These aren't in sequence. They are stacked. They live as layers, each one vibrating with emotional charge, each influencing the one above it. That stack is syntax, and every belief has it. To change a belief, you must rearrange or rewrite the syntax. Because if you only address the top layer, the stack will rebuild itself. You can affirm trust all day, but if the deeper syntax still encodes danger, you will revert when pressure arrives. This is why transformation often feels slippery. It's not that you failed. It's that your syntax was still aligned with the original pattern. Dimensional syntax can be felt in the body. Here's how. When you focus on a thought, track where it lives physically. Then ask, what's beneath this? Don't search for logic, wait for a layer to rise. Keep going. Each time a deeper layer emerges, notice if the emotional charge changes. You are now tracing the thought syntax tree. Eventually, you'll reach a root. Not a sentence, but a felt state. That's where restructuring begins. Let's look at how this applies to goals. Say you want to succeed. On the surface, this seems clear. But trace the syntax. Success proves I'm good enough. Being good enough means I won't be abandoned. If I'm abandoned, I'll be alone. Aloneness feels like death. Now success isn't about achievement. It's about avoiding existential threat. That syntax will create anxiety, self-sabotage, hypervigilance. And it will repeat until the deeper syntax is rewritten. Syntax is not just personal. It's cultural, generational, symbolic. Much of your internal language was not invented by you. It was downloaded, encoded through repetition, inherited through observation, reinforced through emotional imprint. This means that parts of your thought syntax belong to others. To rewrite it is not just self-work. It is liberation. Now let's introduce a powerful design principle: syntax replacement through frequency mapping. Instead of arguing with the top layer, you replace the bottom one. You go to the root state like aloneness equals death, and you shift it through presence. Not logic, not narrative, but frequency. You bring in a felt experience of stillness, spaciousness, self-containment. You overlay a new base layer. Then you let that frequency rewrite the layers above it. Slowly, thought rebuilds around the new root. That's syntax redesign. Over time, this becomes automatic. You begin to recognize syntax threads mid-thought. You no longer believe every layer as final. You track thought as architecture, not truth. And when a harmful pattern arises, you don't fight it. You decode its stack and build a new sequence. This is how the mindfield transforms, not by force, by learning its native language and rewriting it from the inside out. Next, we will explore the unseen structural grid beneath your reactions, the silent coordinates your thoughts plug into before you even become aware they've arrived. This is the hidden grid, and it determines how your reality initializes every day. Before a thought arrives, before a reaction even begins to rise, something else has already locked into place. A set of coordinates, invisible, pre-calibrated, quietly determining what range of responses are even available to you in any given moment. This is the hidden grid. It exists beneath belief, beneath personality, beneath conscious intention. The hidden grid is the skeletal map that your mind plugs into before engaging with reality. It tells your system what kind of moment you're in, whether it's safe or threatening, whether it's personal or irrelevant, whether it's known or foreign. And based on that signal, it funnels you into a narrow band of thought responses, regardless of the actual circumstances. Let's say someone interrupts you mid-sentence. Could mean a dozen things. But your body flinches. You feel an emotional tightening. You hear your own voice shrink or sharpen in response. The event didn't cause the reaction. Your grid did. Somewhere in your hidden grid, this moment was classified as a repeat of a past pattern. Being dismissed, being undermined, being made invisible. And now the system is reacting not to the present but to its own internal categorization. This grid isn't random. It's built from conditioned emotional associations, unconscious belief anchors, neural thresholds of risk and safety, contextual memory mapping, symbolic tagging of recurring archetypal roles. Think of it as an internal algorithm that determines the meaning of a moment before you've had the chance to think. It doesn't ask for your approval. It activates automatically. Here's the key distinction. Your conscious mind asks, "What's happening here?" Your hidden grid has already decided, "This is a threat." Your conscious mind wonders, "How should I respond?" Your hidden grid has already filtered your options down to 3 preloaded patterns. This is how autonomy gets hijacked by design. To locate the grid, you must begin watching your reactions instead of your thoughts. Reactions are faster than logic. They're impulse level. And every time your system overreacts, shuts down, or loops into familiarity, it's not because of the situation. It's because your grid labeled the moment as something you've already known. Now the real work begins, making the grid visible. Here's how. Track predictable emotional reactions. Write down moments in your day when your body reacts faster than your mind. Moments when you feel defensiveness, shutdown, tension, contraction. Identify the classification pattern. Ask, what did my system think was happening here? Even if it wasn't true, you'll uncover internal narratives like, this person doesn't respect me. I'm being judged. This situation is unsafe. Trace the grid anchor. Beneath each reaction is a coordinate, usually tied to unresolved memory, symbolic imprint, or identity threat. Disrupt the grid assignment. In real time say, that may have been true then, but this is now. I choose to reclassify this moment. This is not positive thinking. It's internal retagging, a shift in the way your grid organizes incoming data. Here's a metaphor to ground it further. Picture your mind as a city with a subway grid. Each emotion, each interaction, each experience rides along this invisible set of tracks beneath your awareness. When something happens, it doesn't travel a new path. It jumps onto a familiar track. That track leads to a predictable emotional station. But that track was laid decades ago, and the city has grown. Your current self no longer matches the coordinates, but you're still riding those same trains, arriving at the same places. Unless you start relaying track. This is the power of seeing your hidden grid. You reclaim choice not just in thought, but in reaction architecture. And once you begin editing the grid, the entire topology of your mindfield starts to change. Not because your life becomes easier, but because you stop treating every signal as a threat to your identity. Next, we will explore how the grid links with emotional memory loops, how certain thought forms bounce back through your system in pattern rhythms, forming what we call thought echoes and feedback compression. There's a voice inside you that doesn't speak in full sentences. It repeats fragments, shapes, feelings that cycle back like familiar weather patterns. You wake up, and the tone is already there. Not a thought, not a belief, just a loop. Welcome to the domain of thought echoes. These aren't random. They're the patterned replays of internal programming that hasn't been consciously observed. A thought echo is a condensed, resonant imprint. A mental and emotional pattern that has looped so many times it no longer asks for attention. It just plays. And it plays under your baseline awareness. You don't hear the full content anymore. You just feel the pressure it creates in your field. Let's trace its anatomy. Thought echoes are created through feedback compression. This happens when an emotion is triggered, but not fully processed. Instead of completing its arc, it folds in on itself, repeating in smaller and smaller loops. Each time it returns, the narrative gets shorter. But the emotional weight increases, until all that remains is a micro-thought, barely perceptible, and a wave of tension or contraction in the body. Now it feels like mood, but it's architecture. For example, original signal, I don't feel seen. Echo loop 1, they ignored me again. Echo loop 2, why bother? Echo loop 3, it doesn't matter. Echo loop 4, silence plus numbness. This is compression. The original signal has shrunk into a tight, recurring pulse. It moves through you without language, and it shapes your perception silently. Here's why this matters. When echoes become dense enough, they redefine your internal baseline. You wake into a looped frequency. You carry it into conversations. You anchor it into decisions. And you mistake it for your personality. But it's just a pattern, and patterns can be restructured. So how do we access these loops? Through resonance mapping. You begin by identifying emotional loops, not through content but through texture. Ask, what emotional tone keeps repeating in my day? Where do I feel that tone in my body? When I trace it back, what's the earliest memory of this shape? Don't force clarity. Let your body reveal the earliest emotional architecture. You may find that the tone you carry in silence today is a frequency born decades ago, still echoing, still compressing, still organizing your field. Now we introduce loop interruption. This isn't done by thinking new thoughts. It's done by disrupting the compression rhythm. Here's one approach. Catch the loop when it triggers, usually after a mild emotional drop. Hold the signal, do not analyze it. Stay in raw awareness. Breathe into the rhythm. Match the emotional pulse with your breath. Shift rhythm deliberately. Inhale slower, exhale longer. Disrupt the internal drumbeat. What this does is scramble the loop's compression tempo. Creates a gap. And in that gap, thought forms lose cohesion. Now, new configurations become possible. Another powerful tool, emotional decoupling. When an echo loops, it attaches emotion to a thought pattern. Your work is to hold the thought without emotion. This burns off its fuel. Try this. Bring up the recurring thought. Name it. Don't resist it. Then hold it in awareness as if it were someone else's thought. No agreement. No resistance. Just observation. Over time, the echo dissolves. Without compression, it has no rhythm to feed on. And your internal signal map changes shape. Let's widen the lens. Thought echoes don't just live in individuals. They live in relationships, in group fields, in culture. Entire communities can be locked in feedback compression, recycling pain stories, inheriting ancestral echoes. This isn't metaphor, it's field mechanics. So when you interrupt your personal loop, you send shockwaves across the collective grid you're plugged into. Your freedom creates availability. Others feel the pattern loosen. This is unseen leadership. Thought echoes are not your enemy. They are just compressed memory trying to complete its cycle. They don't need punishment. They need space, observation, and redesign. Next, we will explore how these loops become storylines, and how the hidden mechanics of personal myth are governed by a deeper law, narrative physics, the gravitational pull of inner scripts that shape the roles we live without realizing it. Every life tells a story, but most people don't realize they're following a script. One not consciously written, but embedded deep in the framework of their mindfield. A storyline that shapes decisions, filters options, recasts experiences to match the tone of a myth playing beneath awareness. This is narrative physics. Narrative physics is the internal gravitational system that holds your personal story in orbit. It isn't metaphorical, it's mechanical. Your identity, your decisions, your emotional dynamics, they all operate within the gravitational pull of this story's central premise. And unless you see that premise, question it, and learn to re-anchor it, you will continue to live out the same act on different stages with rotating masks. Let's define the term with clarity. Narrative physics is made up of three intertwined forces. The core premise. This is the foundational belief you hold about who you are in relation to the world. It's not a conscious idea. It's an energetic truth your system holds. For example, I'm the one who must hold everything together. If I let them close, they'll leave. I'm only valuable if I'm useful. No one ever really understands me. The recurring arc. This is the looped pattern of action and reaction that confirms the premise. It often repeats across multiple contexts: relationships, work, creativity, family. You overextend, then collapse. You open up, then feel betrayed. You succeed, then sabotage the reward. The narrative momentum. Once the premise and arc are installed, they gain momentum. You start attracting events, making decisions, and filtering meaning in ways that preserve the story. The arc builds inertia. You live into the story without realizing you could choose another. This isn't superstition. It's structural. The mindfield organizes internal energy around this script. Thoughts form to support it. Emotions align to prove it. Even your perception begins seeking evidence to keep the narrative intact. You think you're seeing truth, but you're seeing your myth. Let's take this further. Each person carries what can be called a mythic identity, a symbolic role you unconsciously live out. These are not simple labels like helper or achiever. They are full-scale internal archetypes that shape every interaction. A few examples: the orphan seeker, always searching for where they belong, never truly arriving. The invisible atlas, carrying emotional weight for others, receiving no recognition. The exiled mystic, possessing deep insight but feeling disconnected from the world. The conditional hero, striving for worth through performance, terrified of being ordinary. These mythic identities operate below personality. They dictate the tone of your narrative physics, and they determine how the plot unfolds, even when you believe you're making new choices. Let's use a metaphor. Imagine your life as a film. The script is being written in real time, but the genre has already been chosen. Tragedy, redemption, isolation, hero's journey, romantic sacrifice. You keep switching costumes and locations, but the genre stays fixed. Narrative physics is the genre code in your mindfield. Until that changes, the storyline repeats. So how do you locate your internal narrative mechanics? Start here. Name your core emotional loops. What feelings return most often? Rejection? Overwhelm? Invisibility? These are clues to your storyline's tone. Identify your repeating plot moves. What do you do repeatedly, despite your better judgment? Quit too soon? Stay too long? Avoid key conversations? Name the mythic role you've been playing. If your life were a symbolic story, what archetype would you be cast as? Not based on how you appear, but based on what your nervous system is defending. Name the central premise. Complete this sentence. Life teaches me that I am a... That answer reveals the narrative gravity. Once identified, you must begin weakening the structure by disrupting its logic. The goal is not to destroy the story, it's to offer a new premise, one that creates different gravity. Try this. Name your current premise. Then write its opposite, even if it feels false. Now create micro-actions that match the new premise. Don't wait for belief. Restructure the physics through action. Let the behavior precede the gravity shift. You are not trapped in your story, but you are magnetized by it. Until you change the magnet, your orbit will hold. Next, we will explore how these mythic identities are constructed from multidimensional fragments, and how rotating them reveals the identity cube, a tool for reclaiming perceptual control and multi-lens awareness. Your sense of self is not a single image. It's a construct made of overlapping frames, each holding a version of you that's been shaped by time, emotion, memory, culture, and repetition. These versions don't disappear. They rotate, and each rotation activates a new lens of reality. Enter the identity cube. This is not a theory. It's a navigational model. It treats identity as a multi-face structure, like a cube that houses multiple versions of self, each carrying a distinct perception field. Each face is a role, a mood, a set of behaviors. When your cube rotates, your entire world changes without the external needing to shift. Let's define it structurally. The identity cube contains surface faces. These are roles you play publicly, job titles, family positions, social masks. They operate through behavior scripting. Emotional faces. These store reactive patterns. The anxious self, the performer, the critic, the avoider. They rotate based on context. Shadow faces. Suppressed identities. Parts of you that were never allowed to be seen, so they exist in hidden corridors, often controlling from beneath. Root faces. The original fragments, your early self-images shaped before you knew how to define yourself. Often the most powerful in silence. Each face has its own tone, language, triggers, and perceptual geometry. And you've been rotating between them your entire life without realizing it. Now the problem, when you don't know which face is active, it runs your system unconsciously. You react to situations as if you have no other option. But the cube has 6 faces, more if you expand the metaphor. You're not out of options. You've just forgotten how to rotate. Rotation is awareness. It begins by learning to feel which version of self is currently engaged, and interrupting its dominance by activating another. Try this. When you feel stuck or emotionally hijacked, pause. Name the self that is speaking. For example, the pleaser, the defender, the lonely watcher. Ask, what version of me would respond differently? Now breathe into that version. Visualize it. Step into its posture. Shift voice tone, even slightly. Let the new face rotate forward. This isn't dissociation. It's advanced perception training. You're learning to select the most appropriate lens for the reality you want to engage. Here's a powerful nuance. Each face holds a different time code. Some selves are past-anchored. They see the world through memory. Some are future-driven. They live in expectation or dread. Others are present-based, neutral, attuned. When your cube rotates to a past-coded face, everything feels like a repeat. You're not experiencing the present. You're watching it through a historical hologram. And that lens, if unchallenged, will auto-suggest your next move. This is where the concept of shape intelligence enters. Each face of your identity cube has a unique energetic geometry. Some are sharp-edged, fast, reactive, angular in thought. Others are soft and fluid, open to complexity, able to absorb contradiction. Your cube rotates not just emotionally, but geometrically. You become a different shape inside. and that shape changes how ideas move through you. When you learn your shape states, you gain movement. You can shift from the rigid square of perfectionism into the fluid spiral of curiosity, into the stable triangle of core values, into the open hexagon of collective awareness. This is not imagination. It's design. You are constructing a shape-aware identity system, able to shift internal geometry at will. But first, the cube must be seen clearly. Here's how to begin mapping your identity cube. List your recurring roles. Not titles, selves. Examples: the analyst, the silent rebel, the invisible child, the savior, the loner, the oracle. Assign a symbol to each. Shape, color, texture. Anchor the self visually. Map emotional triggers. What activates each face? What causes the rotation? Build access protocols. How can you consciously activate a specific face in moments of choice? You are building a rotational navigation system. You are becoming a shapeshifter of your own narrative mechanics. The identity cube isn't a metaphor for fragmentation. It's a model for wholeness through movement. A map of how you've always functioned, now brought into conscious control. And once you rotate with awareness, you gain access to dimensions of self you've never lived from before. Next, we will compress these principles into tangible design. How to take thought itself and fold it into form, using mental geometry to build what we call thought folds, the invisible origami behind every outcome you create. Thoughts are not clouds floating above your head. They are structures, patterns, dimensional forms that fold in on themselves, compressing meaning, emotion, and symbolic content into condensed configurations that shape behavior and experience. Thought is origami. It folds, it bends, it locks into shapes, and once folded, it becomes architecture. This is mental origami, the internal process by which raw, abstract energy becomes structured experience. Thoughts begin as signal, formless, and fluid. But as they move through emotional layers, memory sequences, and belief frames, they start to bend into shapes. These shapes become invisible blueprints for your expectations, reactions, and reality projections. The folds are subtle, but they're precise. Let's define the mechanics. Mental origami is the act of folding layered thought into multidimensional structure that determines what kind of internal and external experiences can emerge from it. You are constantly doing this, usually unconsciously. Here's how it works. An emotion arises, a core energetic frequency: fear, wonder, urgency. The emotion seeks language. Your system searches for familiar interpretations. Those interpretations layer into belief not through logic but through symbolic agreement. Beliefs fold into patterns. These patterns start limiting or amplifying thought forms. Patterns generate structure, and that structure becomes what your system sees as reality. Once a thought is folded, it gains density. It becomes harder to unfold. Just like origami, the creases become permanent if left untouched. That's why certain beliefs feel immovable. They aren't true. They've just been folded so tightly, so often, that they've hardened into structure. Let's walk through a simple but familiar mental fold. Raw signal: I didn't get the response I wanted. First fold: I must have done something wrong. Second fold: they're probably losing interest. Third fold: people always lose interest in me. Final form: I am disposable. Now that thought is folded tight. Any future interaction must now fit into that form. Even if the situation doesn't justify it, your system will attempt to fold new data into the existing shape. Because mental origami seeks consistency. It's not about truth. It's about coherence. But here's the beauty. Every fold can be reversed. Every shape can be unfolded. And once you unfold it, you can refold it into a new design. This isn't mental trickery. It's design literacy. It's understanding the architecture of cognition. To begin this process, you must become a thoughtfold tracker. Here's how. Identify a belief you're carrying. Something limiting, repetitive, or emotionally charged. Example: I'm not good enough. Reverse fold the thought. Ask, what's beneath this? What assumptions does it rest on? What was the first fold that made this possible? Trace the layers backward. Thought is nested. Each layer supports the next. You're not looking for cause, you're identifying form. Locate the original fold. You'll eventually find a single emotional interpretation, often formed in early memory, that became the first crease. Hold the paper open. Don't refold immediately. Sit in the space between shapes. This is where redesign becomes possible. Now, with the thought unfolded, you can design a new form. Not by simply thinking better thoughts, but by building a structure that holds new logic, new emotion, and new narrative frequency. This is constructive cognition. Try this. Define a new emotional premise. Layer it with language that supports expansion. Fold it into a structure of behavior that reinforces it. Anchor it with a symbolic act. Something tangible that embodies the new fold. This is mental origami as self-architecture. Let's step deeper. Advanced origami techniques in the mindfield involve emotional folding, using felt experience as structural material, symbolic creasing, embedding archetypes, colors, or shapes into belief structures, narrative symmetry, designing thought forms that hold poetic coherence, geometry alignment, using mental shape awareness to align internal constructs with higher-order configurations. This is not abstract philosophy. This is internal design language. It's the process your system already uses to generate identity. You're just becoming fluent in it. Mental origami allows you to see that a thought is not just an idea, it's a form. And forms can be changed, not erased, redesigned. Next, we will shift focus to the emotional physics that hold these folded structures in place, how every belief is supported by a specific resonance field, and how changing that field alters what kind of thought forms can even exist inside your mind field. Before you think, before you speak, before you act, there is an emotional environment shaping the conditions of your mind. That environment has a resonance, a tone, temperature, and it determines what kind of thought forms can even survive inside you. This is resonance architecture. Resonance architecture is the design of emotional fields that govern which ideas grow, which behaviors repeat, and which identities become sustainable. You already know this instinctively. When you feel unsafe, creativity collapses. When you feel shame, logic distorts. When you feel calm, new thoughts appear like light in fog. The emotional field determines what mental architecture is possible. Let's build a precise model. Think of your inner world as a cathedral. The structure is built of thought forms, beliefs, narratives, memories, decisions. But the atmosphere inside, the air you breathe as consciousness, that's your resonance field. It has color, tone, pressure, rhythm. It changes depending on your nervous system's regulation state, the emotional meaning you've assigned to the present, residual loops from unresolved past experiences, symbolic imprint from culture, lineage, or story. This is not vague. It's architectural. Because just like weather changes what you can build outside, emotional resonance determines what structures you can build within. Here's the pivotal insight. You can't build expansive thought forms inside a compressed field. A resonance of fear can only host survival-based thinking. A resonance of resentment can only sustain self-protection and blame. And a resonance of emptiness will reject anything that tries to root. This is why interchange often fails. The blueprint is correct, but the resonance field won't support the build. So how do we redesign emotional resonance? You begin by tuning the field instead of fixing the thoughts. Start here. Track your baseline tone. Throughout the day, pause and ask, what is the felt frequency of my internal atmosphere right now? Is it sharp or soft? Is it open or tight? Does it echo or absorb? Name the color of the field. Give your resonance field a color or texture. Doing so will unlock symbolic access points. Identify the field's limits. What kinds of thoughts can't survive in this tone? What intentions does it dissolve? Interrupt the loop that sustains it. Most resonance fields are kept alive by microreactions. Break the loop and the tone shifts. Seed the field with a new frequency. This isn't affirmation. It's architectural infusion. Use sound, breath, posture, memory, or presence to inject a new frequency into the field. Now you're no longer editing thought. You're reconditioning the environment in which thought is formed. This is resonance-first design, and it changes the game. Let's look at advanced tools, sound mapping, toning or music to break resonance loops, color field anchoring, visualizing emotional shifts as gradients of light, symbolic infusion, using archetypes to encode a new narrative tone, sequence stacking, layering small emotional winds to shift the dominant field. These aren't self-help tricks. They're environmental engineering tools for the psyche. You are an architect of emotional atmosphere, and the atmosphere you build today becomes the habitat for tomorrow's thoughts. Don't just try to think differently. Design differently. Next, we will uncover the scaffolding behind repetition, why certain thoughts return endlessly, not because you believe them, but because the frequency scaffolds that hold them up have never been dismantled. There's a reason certain thoughts refuse to leave you. It's not that you love them. It's not that you believe them. It's that they're being held up by scaffolding, an invisible framework of energetic repetition that keeps them in place. This is frequency scaffolding. Every persistent thought pattern, whether rooted in fear, self-doubt, or internalized pressure, exists not because of its content, but because of the structure propping it up. That structure is built from frequency. Not frequency in a mystical sense, but as a real, identifiable rhythm within your cognition. A consistent emotional tone, a looped narrative posture, a sustained neurochemical baseline that locks your awareness into a narrow bandwidth. Let's take this from abstraction to clarity. You wake up with the thought, "I'm already behind." It hits with a familiar emotional residue. This thought didn't appear out of nowhere. It followed a pathway, a scaffolding of prior mornings, pressure cycles, societal cues, and identity grooves. Even if you consciously reject the thought, it persists, because the frequency that built it is still present in the system. So what is frequency exactly in this context? Frequency is the emotional temporal rhythm that thought rides on. It includes the speed and intensity of your internal dialogue, the emotional charge of the dominant narrative, the bodily pattern of activation, heart rate, breath tempo, the symbolic tone of the storyline being lived out. Scaffolding happens when that frequency repeats often enough to solidify into mental structure. Thoughts aren't just ideas. They're forms moving along these rhythms. Imagine a construction site. Scaffolding surrounds a building to give it form during development. Now imagine your repeated thoughts as buildings, and the emotional frequency you hold is the scaffolding that keeps the structure upright. Remove the scaffolding too early, and the building collapses. Keep the scaffolding in place too long, and the building can never evolve. The same applies internally. Most people treat their thoughts as content problems. They try to reason with limiting beliefs. They argue with their fear. They negotiate with shame. But this misses the architecture. You're talking to the top floor of a structure whose foundation is frequency repetition. Unless the rhythm changes, the thought returns. Not as a failure of willpower, but as a function of design. So how do we dismantle scaffolding? First, you identify it. You stop asking, "Why do I keep thinking this?" And you start asking, "What frequency is holding this thought in place?" Here's how. Catch the repetitive thought mid-cycle. Don't wait for analysis. Interrupt the loop in real time. Feel into the frequency. What does the thought feel like emotionally? What tone does it carry? Sharp? Heavy? Dull? Desperate? Track the rhythm. Is it fast and panicked? Slow and draining? Does it come in waves? What's the interval between reappearances? Observe the body. Every frequency scaffold lives in the body. Where is the tension stored? What posture accompanies it? Name the pattern objectively. Give it form. This is the urgency loop, or the collapse spiral. Naming it gives you leverage. Now the structure is visible, and once it's seen, it can be repatterned. Here's a tool for frequency shift: micro-disruption resequencing. This is the process of using small, intentional actions to interrupt the frequency rhythm. Try this. When the pattern arises, pause. Change your breath to a completely different tempo. Move your body in a way that breaks the posture you usually hold during the loop. Speak a sentence completely unrelated to the content of the thought. Introduce silence, full sensory withdrawal for 30 seconds. You've now broken the loop's rhythm. It will try to reassemble. But if you repeat this disruption consistently, the scaffolding weakens. You don't eliminate scaffolding through force. You dissolve it through rhythm interruption, through repetition of new patterns at the frequency level. This is architectural editing, not positive thinking. Another method, resonance entrainment. This involves exposing your system to a contrasting frequency long enough for your internal architecture to begin mimicking it. Examples include environments that feel stable and expansive, sound fields that calm your nervous system, speech patterns from voices that hold a deeper rhythm, inner states like meditation or rhythmic breathwork. Your scaffolding was built through resonance, can be unbuilt the same way. Finally, replace the scaffolding. Don't leave a void. Once a pattern collapses, your system will search for something to replace it. Design that replacement intentionally. Anchor it with a new emotional rhythm, a set of behaviors linked to that rhythm, language that matches the new internal speed and tone, visual imagery that reflects the new design. Now the new structure can hold your upgraded thought forms, not because they're more true, but because they finally have scaffolding that supports their weight. Next, we will explore the timeline axis of your mind field, how pivotal moments in your personal history function as energetic inflection points that still shape your decisions today, and how to rewire the coordinates of choice itself. There are moments in your life that split time, moments that did not just happen, but created a before and after inside your nervous system. You know them not by memory alone, but by energetic impact. You return to them in dreams. You orbit them in emotion. You subconsciously make decisions to avoid repeating them. These are timeline inflection points. An inflection point is not just a moment. It's a choice coordinate encoded with heightened intensity. It's where your system made a decision about reality, about people, about what's safe, what's possible, and who you need to be to survive. But here's what most never realize. These coordinates don't stay in the past. They remain active in your present architecture. Your mind field still routes through them. Let's use spatial metaphor. Picture your life as a vast terrain. Certain zones are neutral, flowing, undefined. Others are marked, landmines, locked doors, corridors of shadow. Those areas were shaped by past events that froze part of your perception. You can leave them geographically, but their gravity remains. You now plan your routes around them. Your choices curve even slightly to avoid those points. This is unconscious routing, and it happens constantly. Let's look at how an inflection point forms. It usually contains 4 elements. Emotional overload, too much for the system to process at once. Perceptual collapse, the narrowing of awareness to a single interpretation. Rapid identity imprint, a decision about self formed in the moment. I'm not enough. I have to be perfect. I can't be vulnerable. Behavioral lock-in, a pattern initiated to manage the emotional fallout. That's how a coordinate gets fixed. It becomes part of your navigational grid. You may forget the event, but you live according to the coordinates it created. So how do you access and rewire these inflection points? Not by reliving them emotionally, but by re-entering them symbolically through your current awareness. Try this process. Locate the present-day pattern. What do you keep avoiding? What conversation, decision, or expansion causes resistance? Ask the time question. When did this begin to feel this way? You're not seeking exact memory, just emotional coordinates. Drop into the scene visually. Without forcing details, allow the atmosphere of that time to rise. Where were you? What was the posture of your body? What emotion dominated? Find the frozen decision. In that moment, what did your system decide about the world? About yourself? Interrupt the time loop. Step in as your current self. not to fix or heal, but to observe with dimension. You are now multitemporal. You hold the full view, offer a new coordinate, say aloud or write, "That was a point. It is not the map." Then state a new possibility. "I choose to route from trust instead of defense. I now anchor my choices to the present moment, not to the protective shape I adopted then." Now the past point has been uncoupled from your present grid, and the mindfield can update. This is timeline repatterning. You're not erasing memory. You're reconfiguring the way your inner system relates to it. You're shifting the navigational weight of that moment. One powerful tool for anchoring this: coordinate inversion visualization. Recreate the past moment symbolically, not factually, just in shape, sound, and color. Watch the emotional posture you took. Now invert it. Reverse the visual field. Change the dominant tone. Create a different body position. Replay the scene with new geometry. Breathe until the image stabilizes. You're re-encoding the moment inside your system. This creates a parallel coordinate that your mindfield can now choose to route through. You are not trapped in your timeline. You are the map maker, but only if you become aware of which coordinates you've allowed to hold directional power over your choices. Next, we will re-examine your greatest creative force, not willpower or discipline, but attention, and how it operates as a sculptor, shaping what becomes real in your mind field long before action takes place. You move through each moment not simply with thought, or emotion, or memory, but with attention. And attention is not passive. It is sculptural. Every time you direct your attention toward something, an idea, a sensation, a doubt, a goal, you are shaping your internal terrain around that focal point, not like paint on a canvas, more like pressure on soft clay. Focus leaves form behind, compresses probability into pattern. It amplifies noise into meaning, and over time, the regions of your mind field that receive the most attention become the strongest structures in your perceptual world. Not because they are true, but because they've been sculpted by repeated focus. Let's start with a definition. Attention is directed awareness filtered through emotional tone. It is not just what you look at, but how you experience what you're looking at. Two people can focus on the same event and create radically different internal landscapes. Because the shaping power of attention isn't just visual, it's vibrational. It transfers energy into form. Think of your attention like a beam of pressure. Where it lands, it begins to build architecture. Every moment you spend focusing on doubt shapes corridors of uncertainty. Every second you loop thoughts of threat strengthens walls of defense. Every deliberate focus on possibility sculpts expansion chambers inside your system. This is why attention is more powerful than willpower. It moves first. There are three major sculptural laws within attention physics. 1. The law of emotional pressure. Focus plus emotional charge equals imprint. The more emotionally activated your attention becomes, the deeper it imprints into your mind field. This explains why one intense moment can shape a belief stronger than years of information. Emotion hardens attention into structure, and once the structure forms, it becomes part of your inner navigation. You don't think about it anymore. You route around it. 2. The law of repetitive compression. Repeated attention forms density. Focus doesn't just create structure, it creates mass. The more you return to the same thoughts, the same judgments, the same stories, the more gravitational pull they acquire. Now, other thoughts begin to orbit them. That's how identity forms. Not as a singular insight, but as the byproduct of compressed attention loops. 3. The law of directional limitation. Where attention points, other doors close. Not permanently, but perceptually. Focus on threat and your awareness narrows. Focus on curiosity and it expands. This law reveals why rigid attention patterns cause psychological rigidity. You're not seeing less because less exists. You're seeing less because you've structured your attention to exclude alternate frames. Now let's take this into application. If attention sculpts structure, then learning to aim it consciously allows you to become the designer of your own terrain. You begin by mapping your current focus architecture. Try this. Track your spontaneous focus over a full day. Without trying to change it, simply observe. Where does your mind return when it's not being directed? Note the emotional texture of each focus area. Is your focus driven by fear, by urgency, by inspiration? The tone tells you what it's shaping. Identify dominant focal archetypes. These are the shapes your attention keeps returning to. The fixer, the avoider, the analyst. Each creates a different sculptural impact. Name your perceptual blind zones. Where does your attention not go? What inner or outer areas do you avoid? These absences shape your reality just as much as the presences. Now you're seeing your attention not as thought, but as a creative force. One that leaves blueprints behind. Once you've mapped your architecture, the next phase is resculpting. You don't need to erase old structures. You just need to redirect your attention toward new ones, long enough and with enough presence to allow new form to stabilize. This is where most fail. They try to think differently without sculpting differently. But until your focus becomes consistent in a new direction, the old mass remains dominant. Here's a practice. 3-minute sculpt sessions. Choose one thought form you want to strengthen: clarity, self-trust, openness. Create a focus phrase not as affirmation, but as structural language. Example: I build from stillness. For 3 minutes, focus entirely on this thought, not just mentally but emotionally. Visualize the shape it forms in your inner terrain. Is it open, angular, expansive? Feel where it settles. Breathe there. Repeat daily. Slightly shift the geometry over time. You are now layering conscious structure. Mastery comes when your attention is not simply reactive but directive. You become the sculptor, and attention becomes your primary tool of inner construction. Next, we will decode the psychological climate that governs these sculpting sessions, the unseen emotional weather system of your mindfield, and how it alters what you can design on any given day. Some days your thoughts flow like water, open, creative, intuitive. Other days they arrive heavy, stormed, or completely still. This fluctuation is not just mood. It is atmospheric. Your mindfield has weather, and like weather, it can't always be controlled, but it can be read, understood, and designed around. Mental weather refers to the emotional climate within which all thought and perception take place. It includes pressure systems, emotional tension building in the background, cognitive clouds, unclear or distorted thinking, inner winds, fast-shifting narratives or moods, electrical charge, heightened sensitivity or emotional activation, fog, numbness, apathy, confusion. When we speak of weather in the internal landscape, we are not being metaphorical. Your body, nervous system, and cognition combine to create an atmospheric condition that directly impacts what kind of ideas can form, what choices you'll believe are possible, and how you interpret events. Here's an example. On a day of emotional clarity, an obstacle feels like challenge. On a day of inner fog, the same obstacle feels like failure. The event didn't change. The weather did. And because weather is often subconscious, you mistake the perception for truth. But it's just climate distortion. Let's categorize the most common atmospheric patterns. 1. High-pressure state, characterized by internal intensity, urgency, or expectation, often mistaken for motivation, but leads to rigidity and burnout if prolonged. Creates narrowing of cognitive range, only high-output ideas survive. 2. Low-pressure state, associated with emotional fatigue, slowness, or depressive tones. Produces resistance to planning, decision-making, or future orientation. Encourages introspection but distorts clarity. 3. Turbulent winds. Rapid fluctuation in thoughts and mood, often tied to unresolved emotional backlogs surfacing at once. Feels disorienting, but can lead to breakthroughs if navigated with presence. 4. Cognitive fog. Muffled clarity. Thoughts feel muted, disconnected, or fragmented. May result from overanalysis, emotional suppression, or nervous system collapse. 5. Electric charge state. Heightened sensitivity to inner or outer stimulus. Insight can accelerate, but so can paranoia, reactivity, or idealization. Needs grounding to translate into coherent thought forms. Understanding these atmospheric states gives you leverage, not to change the weather instantly, but to design with it instead of against it. Here's a framework. 1. Identify the current climate. Pause midday. Ask, what is the felt atmosphere of my system? Is the space inside me compressed or open? Am I operating in fog, charge, tension, or clarity? Name it, claim it, just like a pilot reads the sky before flight. 2. Align design to weather. Instead of pushing against the atmosphere, ask, what kind of thought building is appropriate to this state? Is today a drafting day or a demolition day? Should I plan structures or rest the field? Design your mental work like an architect reading seasonal constraints. 3. Use micro-weather tools. You may not be able to shift the full weather system instantly, but you can adjust microzones. Try this. Sound calibration. Use sound to break internal pressure or fog. Movement shifting. Change posture or rhythm to redirect internal flow. Temperature and texture mapping. Bring awareness to the physical sensations in the body and mirror them symbolically through guided touch or movement. Breath sequencing. Restructure your internal tempo with breath. Short/fast equals activate. Long/deep equals calm. These are not fixes. They're recalibrators. They give you just enough agency to steer within the storm. Let's introduce one final principle: weather layering. Most people think their emotional climate is singular, but often, your system carries multiple weather layers at once. You might be clear intellectually, but emotionally fogged, or steady emotionally, but cognitively storming. Begin separating layers. Feel which part of your system is in which weather. This lets you avoid the error of totalizing a single emotion as your entire reality. Mental weather is not something to fear, something to read, something to partner with. It speaks in rhythm, in texture, in tone. And the more you tune to it, the more precisely you can build your inner structures to withstand and even be shaped by the shifting sky. Next, we'll decode one of the most misunderstood principles of inner design: how the outside world doesn't mirror you, but reflects your inner structure through mirror mechanics, offering precise feedback on your mind field configuration. You were taught to see the world as separate. Events occur, people behave, things happen, you respond. But beneath that story is another system, a far more intricate mechanism. The world doesn't just happen around you. It mirrors what's structured within you. Not your moods, not your conscious thoughts, but your architecture. This is mirror mechanics. Mirror mechanics is not mystical metaphor. It's the structural feedback system that reveals the shape of your inner configurations through external interaction. It's not that life is trying to teach you something. It's that your mind field, your perception grid, resonance tone, identity scaffolding, is constantly feeding input into your experience. And life reflects that input in real time. Here's the mistake most make. They believe the world reflects who they are. But the world reflects how they're structured. It echoes the organization of your inner field, not your essence. When that structure changes, the echo changes. No effort required, just structural shift. Let's illustrate this with precision. Imagine your internal configuration includes a suppressed identity layer. Say, a deep need for expression that's been buried under years of rejection avoidance. Now watch what the mirror does. You begin attracting people who interrupt you, environments that ignore your contribution, projects that exclude your voice, not because you deserve it, but because your field holds a compression signature around expression. So the world reflects the compression, not the content. Mirror mechanics operate on multiple levels. 1. Symbolic echo. You encounter patterns in daily life that symbolize your internal architecture. You feel abandoned? People coincidentally forget to include you. You feel unseen? Others mirror indifference, even without malice. These symbols are not judgments. They are precision feedback loops. 2. Resonance interaction. You emit a tone, not with words, but with your nervous system. That tone communicates far beyond conscious interaction. People respond accordingly, not to your intentions, but to your inner weather. You walk into a room holding tension, you activate others' defense patterns. You hold still presence, you soften their edges. This is not manipulation. It's field exchange. 3. Structural conflict. When your inner structure is out of alignment, when your belief scaffolding contradicts your intuitive knowing, reality mirrors back friction. You'll experience mixed messages. You'll attract both affirmation and resistance. This is the mirror trying to show you where you're split. Mirror mechanics work whether or not you believe in them. They don't require awareness to function, but they require awareness to restructure. Until then, the loop continues. Internal distortion, external confirmation, identity reinforcement, deeper distortion. Here's where the work begins. To use mirror mechanics consciously, you must stop taking external reflection personally. It's not about you. It's about your configuration. That changes the emotional tone of interpretation. Decode the symbolic patterns. Ask, what is this situation reflecting about my current structure? What inner shape is this person reacting to? What thought form in me is producing this outcome? Disrupt reactive loops. When you experience mirrored pain, instead of reinforcing the story, pause. See it as feedback, not proof. Recode the inner structure. Adjust your resonance. Shift posture. Rewrite expectation. That reprograms the mirror. Let's take it further. Advanced mirror decoding looks like this. You're in a recurring external conflict. Say, being dismissed in conversations. Old model, they don't respect me. Mirror mechanics model, what internal signal am I broadcasting about my voice? What emotional signature am I carrying into communication? What expectation am I preloading into the interaction? Now the locus of change is internal. You stop trying to control them. You start redesigning you, and the mirror follows. Here's a powerful shift. Mirror mechanics is not punishment. It's symmetry. It reflects not to correct you, but to synchronize you with the structure you've chosen consciously or unconsciously. Once you choose a new structure, the mirror must realign. This is not instant. Mirrors lag slightly, but when the inner alignment is stabilized, the external must eventually reflect the new grid. It's not magic. It's mechanics. Next, we'll explore the hidden signals running through your internal broadcast system, how thoughts and behaviors shaped by others can hijack your field through signal contamination, and how to trace what's truly yours. Your mind is not a sealed chamber. It is a field, and fields are permeable. Ideas, beliefs, fears, judgments, these move like frequencies. They pass through culture, family, media, memory. They enter through repeated exposure, through emotional imprint, through unconscious mimicry, and once inside, they take up space, shape behavior, echo in your voice. This is signal contamination. Signal contamination is the presence of non-native thought forms within your internal architecture, ideas you never chose, but now live as if they are your own. These are not opinions. They are embedded scripts. They carry emotional weight. They influence choice architecture. They distort perception, and they operate in stealth. Let's be specific. You have a goal, a desire, a vision, but every time you step toward it, a voice inside says, "That's not realistic. Who do you think you are? People like you don't do that." Where did that voice come from? Was it your original signal? Or was it embedded, transmitted, adopted, unexamined? Chances are it's inherited. Signal contamination usually enters through 1. Repetition exposure. Thought forms repeated often enough enter your baseline architecture, especially in early development. 2. Emotional vulnerability moments. During trauma or heightened emotion, your field is open. Signals embedded during these states bypass analysis and root deeply. 3. Authority transference. You assign credibility to a person or system. Their voice becomes a reference tone. Their signals shape your inner code. 4. Collective field saturation. Cultural narratives around success, identity, worth, saturate your field through symbols, language, advertising. You think you're forming opinion, but you're absorbing structure. Now, not all contamination is hostile. Some signals serve. But without conscious tracing, you can't distinguish resonance from interference. That's the danger. Contaminated signals often feel native. You identify with the thought because it's familiar, but it was never yours. Here's how you identify signal contamination. Audit your internal voice. Write down your most dominant recurring thoughts. Don't censor. Just record. Then ask, where did I first hear this? Does this match my lived experience? Or just reflect someone else's fear? What tone does this voice speak in? Do I feel more alive when I listen to it, or less? Contaminated signals usually carry a heavy, static tone. Their language is controlling. Their texture is constricting. Test for biological resonance. Ask your body, not your mind, whether the thought aligns. Say it out loud. Feel your body's response. Does your posture collapse? Does your breath constrict? Does your energy drain? If yes, it's likely not your native signal. Your body holds truth before your mind catches up. Trace the original frequency. Once identified, trace the signal backward. Who modeled this belief? Where did this thought enter? What was the context? See the signal not as truth, but as a broadcast. And the moment you see it as incoming, it loses internal authority. Now for the most powerful phase, signal purification. This doesn't mean rejection. It means filtration. You don't wage war on the thought. You remove its access to your core architecture. Here's a practice. Identify one recurring thought you suspect is not yours. Visualize it as a waveform, color, tone, texture. Imagine placing it in a filtration chamber. Strip away its outer coating, fear, judgment, sarcasm. Hold the raw signal. Ask, is there any message here that serves me? If yes, keep the seed. If no, release it entirely. This isn't mental visualization for relaxation. This is symbolic filtration, a powerful way to reestablish sovereignty over your own cognitive field. You are not responsible for every thought that enters you, but you are responsible for which ones stay. Signal contamination thrives on unconscious residency. Bring it into light, and it dissipates. You are a signal source. Your thoughts should sound like your voice, feel like your essence, move like your rhythm. Anything else is borrowed, and the time for return has come. Next, we step deeper into your cognitive ecology, how your beliefs, patterns, and ideas interact with one another like organisms in an internal environment. We'll explore how to move from fragmented thinking into thought ecosystems, interconnected, intelligent design systems within your inner world. Most people treat their thoughts like individual units, isolated opinions, passing notions, momentary reactions. But your thoughts don't exist in isolation. They exist in systems. They form relationships with each other, influence each other's survival, feed off emotional nutrients, and occupy distinct roles in your mental terrain. This is the thought ecosystem, the living, dynamic interdependence of the ideas, beliefs, scripts, and emotional residues operating in your inner world. And like any ecosystem, it can be healthy, or toxic, balanced, or dominated by invasive species. When your internal world is out of balance, it's not because of one bad thought. It's because the system has lost coherence. A single overgrown belief can strangle more delicate, life-giving ideas. Repeating loops of fear can become like algae blooms, starving the environment of oxygen. Old survival patterns can act like parasites, draining energy from healthier frameworks. Thoughts, like species, compete for resources, your attention, your memory, your emotion, your identity. This is not metaphor. It's internal ecology. And until you see you're thinking this way, you'll keep trying to fix individual thoughts instead of redesigning the system that feeds them. Let's define the primary components of your thought ecosystem. 1. Foundational beliefs. These are root systems, deeply embedded narratives that feed hundreds of other thoughts. Examples: I'm responsible for everyone's well-being. Love must be earned. I can't be safe and be seen. When foundational beliefs are distorted, they produce imbalance across the entire system. 2. Looping thought forms. These are like vines, quick-growing, repetitive, fast-spreading. They often outcompete other thoughts due to their frequency and emotional energy. They don't need to be true to survive. They only need to be active. 3. Dormant wisdom structures. These are seeds of clarity, trust, insight, forgotten or suppressed. They exist in potential, but they require space, attention, and protection to grow. They can be reawakened and integrated. 4. Parasite scripts. These are thought forms that survive by attaching to energy-rich beliefs and distorting their function. Example: a belief in excellence becomes warped into perfectionism. A desire for connection becomes filtered through people-pleasing. These scripts consume energy without offering depth. 5. Keystone concepts. These are rare, stabilizing thought forms that hold balance in the entire system. They don't need dominance, they regulate by presence. Examples: I don't need to understand everything to trust my path. My worth isn't measured in productivity. Silence is a form of strength. When keystone concepts are missing, chaos spreads. Start by observing your current system. Don't analyze individual thoughts yet. Look at the structure. Ask, what types of thought dominate my inner space? Are my beliefs collaborative or in conflict? Which thought forms are fed daily and which are starved? Do I feel internal biodiversity or echo chambers? You'll start to notice the system. Patterns of scarcity, dominant species, endangered truths. Now we begin internal rewilding. This is the act of restoring harmony in your thought ecosystem by removing invasive thought forms, reviving forgotten concepts, introducing new stabilizing signals, designing interaction rules between thought species. Here's how. 1. Identify the overgrowth. What thought form has become dominant beyond its function? Example: I'm not ready. Track how often it appears, what other ideas it suppresses, what emotional nutrients it consumes, attention, time, energy. Now remove its overfeeding. Stop engaging with it directly. Starve it of justification. Don't debate it. Withdraw your scaffolding. 2. Reintroduce dormant concepts. What do you know but rarely think? Identify a concept that feels true, wise, stabilizing but underused. Example: I am allowed to take up space. Begin nurturing it, not by force but by exposure. Write it, speak it, sit with it in silence. Give it the space to grow without competition. 3. Introduce boundary mechanisms. Not every thought belongs in every space. Some ideas are helpful in planning but harmful in rest. Some beliefs serve in risk-taking but hinder intimacy. Design mental boundaries. Example: I don't allow doubt in my visualization space. Or, I won't use comparison while in creative flow. Ecosystems need zones. So does your mind. 4. Observe the relationships. Some beliefs only survive because of others. Example: I must work harder only persists because of I am behind. I should be quiet lives inside my feelings are too much. Cut one and the other weakens. Redesign the dependency tree. You're no longer a thought manager. You are now an internal ecologist. You're not fixing thoughts. You're designing the environment in which they must live. And once the environment stabilizes, clarity arrives. Not because the noise disappears, but because the system begins to regulate itself. Next, we'll go deeper into the symbolic figures within your psyche that anchor these ecosystems in mythic memory. The archetypal anchors that shape your behavior through unseen inner characters. There are voices in your mind that don't belong to culture, logic, or language. They come from elsewhere, older than thought, deeper than preference. They speak not in advice, but in presence. These are the archetypal anchors, the symbolic figures embedded within your inner architecture, shaping your identity structure and emotional reactions through mythic resonance. You don't invent them, you remember them. They are embedded in the fabric of your mindfield, part of the internal blueprint passed through story, lineage, and the architecture of consciousness itself. Let's define archetypes precisely. Archetypes are not characters in stories. They are structural patterns of consciousness that carry distinct emotional tones, symbolic roles, and behavioral imperatives. They operate like attractors, pulling your perception, thoughts, and actions into alignment with a particular narrative geometry. Each archetype is like a gravitational field. Step into it and your behavior begins to match its shape. Some archetypes live close to the surface. Others dwell in shadow. All have influence. Examples of internal archetypal anchors. The guardian manages safety, often associated with vigilance, boundaries, control. The rebel, oriented toward freedom, pushes against limitation, even when none exists. The martyr defines worth through sacrifice, avoids receiving. The sovereign moves with calm authority, focused on vision, structure, and self-command. The lost one, rooted in confusion, indecision, or disconnection. The oracle holds deep knowing but speaks in riddles, resides beneath logic. You contain all of them, but some have become anchors. That means they've rooted so deeply into your internal grid that they influence most decisions, even when you're unaware. To locate an anchor, track the following. Emotional habits. Repeating emotional reactions often reveal the archetype behind the wheel. Narrative phrasing. Sentences you say internally point to who's speaking. If I don't do it, no one will equals the martyr. I need to keep everyone safe equals the guardian. I'm not made for this world equals the exiled mystic. Behavioral predictability. Where do you always react the same regardless of logic? That's not you failing. That's an anchor holding tension. You don't need to remove archetypes. You need to recognize them, and then offer them a seat, not the throne. Here's how. 1. Name the archetype. Use symbols, not just words. Give it a color, a posture, a texture. Let it become visual in your inner space. 2. Ask. When did I first meet this figure? Not as memory, but as an energy. Was there a moment this pattern crystallized? 3. Listen without submission. Let the archetype speak. Write what it says. Don't argue. Don't obey. Just listen. 4. Integrate or recast. If this archetype serves your path, integrate it as an advisor, not a ruler. If not, offer it a transformation. Example, the martyr becomes the devoted visionary. The rebel becomes the free architect. The lost one becomes the initiate. You are not just a person. You are a mythic system in motion. And the archetypes that live in you were not placed randomly. They form the architecture of your unfolding. But when they operate unconsciously, they become distortions. Bring them into awareness and they become tools. Next, we will break the storylines these anchors often enforce. Through syntax disruption, you'll learn to interrupt the default sentence of self and build a new internal language of identity. Inside every thought you've ever had is a pattern, not just of meaning, but of construction. Thoughts don't just arrive, they are assembled. Like language, like code, like architecture. Each thought follows a syntax, a structured order of internal logic, identity tone, and narrative rhythm. And over time, this syntax becomes invisible, automatic. You stop seeing the pattern and begin living inside it. This is the sentence of self, and it's time to break it. Syntax disruption is the act of interrupting the default order in which your identity, thoughts, and internal stories assemble themselves. Not to destroy the mind, but to restructure its rhythm, to reclaim authorship of the sentence you've been living inside. Let's begin with what syntax actually is in your inner world. It's the arrangement of elements that determine meaning. In grammar, the difference between the dog bit the man and the man bit the dog is not the words. It's the order. Your mind does the same. The order of how you process emotion, assign context, and generate identity creates your life's sentence. And if the order is rigid, reactive, or inherited, the meaning of your life becomes predictable even when the content changes. Here's a breakdown of how your sentence of self usually forms. Sensory input. Something happens. External or internal. A moment of pain, silence, success, withdrawal. Emotional interpretation. Your system assigns meaning, based not on logic but on past-coded emotion. E.g., this means I'm not welcome. Narrative layering. The meaning gets wrapped in story. E.g., people always ignore me when I speak up. Identity anchor. The story settles into identity. E.g., I'm someone who's always overlooked. Predictive loop. The next moment is shaped to match the previous sentence. E.g., I shouldn't speak again. It won't change anything. Now you're not just thinking, you're reciting. The sentence becomes a looped mantra. Subtle, repetitive, compelling, and worst of all, it feels like your own voice. But it isn't. It's a learned rhythm, a syntactic pattern built from repetition, trauma, culture, family, and forgotten emotional events. Here's where transformation lives, not in changing what you say, but in changing how you say it to yourself. When you disrupt syntax, you change internal rhythm. You change timing, cadence, word order, identity grammar. This is how new selfhood becomes available. Not through affirmation, but through linguistic and emotional repatterning. Let's look at this practically. A typical inner sentence might be, I always mess this up because I don't think things through. Now apply syntax disruption. Reverse the structure. Change the tense. Remove identity anchors. Strip implied causality. You might arrive at, there is a moment here. Thinking can come now. Nothing is already ruined. Notice what happened? You removed the predictive loop. You replaced a closed identity claim with open structure. Now there's space, and space is where design enters. Let's break down the tools of syntax disruption. 1. Temporal reordering. Most inner sentences are locked in past or future. Shift the time code from, I always do this, to, I am choosing now. Time anchoring reclaims agency. 2. Identity extraction. Remove I am from sentences that don't serve. From, I am just a jealous person, to, jealousy is present in this moment. It doesn't own me. Now you've separated moment from identity. That's structural sovereignty. 3. Verbal shifting. Switch active/passive forms. From, they made me feel small, to, a smallness came over me in that moment. Now you've decoupled your identity from another's control. You've opened the sentence. 4. Negative inversion. Flip default negations. From, I'll never be enough, to, enoughness was never the currency I needed to prove. Now you've disrupted the standard logic. The structure can't support the loop anymore. Syntax disruption doesn't just change language. It changes emotion, because emotion is deeply tied to the structure of internal meaning. Change the way meaning forms, and the emotional response shifts instantly. Want to take this deeper? Create a personal syntax map. Step 1. Track repeated inner sentences. Step 2. Circle the core structure. Is it always I am? Is it always they never? Is it always, why does this keep happening? Step 3. Rewrite 3 variations per sentence using the tools above. Step 4. Speak them aloud. Let your body feel the new rhythm. Step 5. Choose one new structure and use it for 7 days as your internal headline. You've now begun rewiring your cognitive rhythm. Not the content, the code. When your sentence structure changes, the meaning of your story shifts, even if nothing external changes. That's the gateway to full self-authorship. Next, we begin the experiential recalibration phase. You'll no longer just see your inner terrain. You'll begin remapping it, starting with a live restructuring of your internal world using sensory-based awareness. You've seen the structures. You've studied the syntax. You've tracked the shadows. Now we begin internal redesign, not by theory, but by mapping your inner landscape in real time. This is inner remapping, a direct experiential exercise that turns perception into structure and awareness into design. The premise is simple. You are not your thoughts, but your thoughts move through a landscape. That landscape has elevation, texture, geography, and architecture. You just haven't seen it until now. Let's begin. Close your eyes, or soften your gaze. Let your breath slow, not to relax, but to sharpen perception. Feel the shape of your awareness, not the content. Ask, where am I standing inside myself? What emerges? A vast field? A corridor? A staircase? Don't narrate, just feel. Your mind field will begin to surface visual and spatial metaphor. This is your current internal terrain. Now begin to walk it with awareness. Ask, what structures live here? Is there a wall? A gate? A tower? A fog? These are symbolic representations of emotional states and cognitive filters. Don't interpret yet, just observe. Now scan the landscape. Ask, where does fear live? Let your body move toward that area internally. Is it a cave? A drop-off? A cold place? What color is it? What is its temperature? Take note. This is a mapped region. Now continue. Where does clarity live? Is it high ground? A clearing? A bridge? Again, color, shape, distance. You are building a mental terrain model. Now ask, where is the most used path? This is your cognitive default. The track you walk when no new awareness is present. Is it worn down? Does it lead somewhere? Or loop back? Now pause. What part of this landscape feels incomplete? Where is the territory that's never been walked? Where does your system avoid? That's the design frontier. Now the mapping turns into remapping. Choose one zone, perhaps fear, or fog, or the broken bridge. Visualize its structure, its dimensions. Now begin to reshape it, not through willpower, but through symbolic design. Ask, what element does this space need to shift? A light source? A guide figure? A path? A new structure? Don't fix. Redesign. Slowly, let the environment evolve. Feel the shift in your breath, body, and chest as the inner architecture changes. You are not imagining. You are editing reality fields. This is mental cartography. Now locate your inner center. Every mind field has one. It might be a room, a tree, a fire, a stone. It's the symbolic core. Step into it, fully. Ask, what does this space say about how I hold my identity? What signal does this center broadcast into my decisions? What part of me has never spoken from here before? Now sit in this center. Let it calibrate your system. Breathe from it. Anchor it. This is your inner alignment node. It's where design begins. When you finish, draw your map. Yes, on paper. Rough lines. Symbols. Color fields. Mark the zones. The strong, the shadowed, the forgotten, the fertile. You've now created a conscious access portal. This map is not metaphor. It's a real navigational grid. Return to it often. Update it as your system evolves. Use it to design internal rituals, decisions, recalibrations. Your mind is no longer abstract. It is now mapped terrain. Next, we'll take this new awareness and cleanse the signal field, removing external noise so you can begin to hear your true frequency for the first time. You're carrying thousands of frequencies inside your field right now. Some are yours. Many are not. Every conversation, every scrolling session, every advertisement, every look from a stranger carries a microsignal, a code that enters your perception. And whether or not you notice it, it leaves a residue. Your nervous system begins to orient around noise. And when you've been surrounded by that noise long enough, the loudest signals start to feel like the truest ones. This is signal confusion. The moment you stop discerning signal origin, you begin organizing your reality around false architecture. The mindfield was not built to carry infinite open channels. It was built to receive, shape, and direct select frequencies with deliberate presence. When too many signals come in, your signal becomes unrecognizable inside the distortion. You start building from feedback that isn't even yours. Apathy grows. Self-doubt rises. Inner clarity dims. The solution isn't to add more input. It's to cleanse the field. This is the signal cleanse. The signal cleanse is not a detox. It's a reset of internal receptivity. You are not trying to empty your mind. You are recalibrating its tuning mechanism to restore true signal resonance. We begin with silence, but not just the absence of sound. We mean silence as a signal container, a deliberate space of non-interference that allows the nervous system to hear what's always been broadcasting underneath the noise. You cannot access core signal until false signal ceases to dominate your bandwidth. Let's begin the process. 1. Enter the zone of interference awareness. Sit still. Close your eyes if you choose. Don't chase calm. Don't push thoughts away. Instead, ask, what's taking up the most signal space in my system right now? Let answers emerge. It may be a voice, a storyline, a fear loop, a future plan. Whatever arises, name it as interference, not identity. This isn't you, it's within you. Now ask, whose signal is this? Trace the tone. Is it a parental voice? A cultural rule? A comment from yesterday? Start identifying broadcast origin. This is the first cut of clarity. 2. Drop into still signal mode. Now shift your attention to the layer beneath all sound. There's a kind of field hum there. Not sensory but intuitive, like being in a room with a frequency just below audibility. This hum is your baseline field tone. Stay with it. Don't listen in the normal way. Let it envelope your awareness. This is the state where the signal begins to emerge. It doesn't shout. It reveals. 3. Calibrate the field. Breathe slow. Now internally say, I allow only native signal to speak. Don't repeat it as a mantra. Say it once with command. You're giving your mind field new filtering instructions. You are shifting from open input mode to selective broadcast mode. Let the system begin sorting. Thoughts may rise in reaction. This is ridiculous. This won't work. I don't know what I'm doing. Those are echoes of outer signal. Let them fall away like static. 4. Track the return of self-signal. Once enough interference fades, you'll notice something. A thought arrives, and it feels familiar in essence but not in repetition. It holds a signature you recognize, not from memory but from resonance. It's calm. It's whole. Feels like you without needing proof. This is your original signal returning. It won't give answers yet. It just establishes presence. Let it sit. Let it breathe with you. Now ask, what is the tone of my natural signal? Is it quiet, steady, rhythmic, expansive? Don't assign personality traits. Just feel the geometry of its presence. That geometry is your true cognitive anchor. Everything else must be built from this tone. Optional purification extension. Physical signal ritual. Create a symbolic release ritual. Stand or sit upright. Inhale deeply through the nose. As you exhale, whisper, I return foreign frequencies. On the inhale, I call back my true voice. Repeat 3 to 7 cycles. Let your nervous system imprint this command. Over time, this becomes a postural code that triggers automatic field filtration. The more often you do this cleanse, the more your signal will stabilize, even inside chaos. You'll no longer be tossed by emotional waves that don't belong to you. You'll sense misalignment the moment it enters. You'll speak from origin, not reaction. The goal is not emptiness. The goal is clarity of transmission. When your signal returns, so does your direction. You are no longer the echo. You are the source. Next, we'll amplify this clarity through multisensory awareness, layering sound, texture, space, and sensation into your perception grid to activate full-spectrum signal design. You've been taught to think in words, but your cognition runs deeper than language. It lives in sound, texture, temperature, geometry, density. Thoughts are not just ideas, they are sensory signatures. Each carries a tone, a pace, a shape, a spatial feel, a weight. And when you learn to read your inner world through multisensory awareness, you no longer confuse noise for insight or chaos for truth. This is sensory layering, the practice of listening to your mind field through the full spectrum of perception. Why is this essential? Because thoughts that don't make sense in language often make perfect sense in sensation. You may not be able to explain the feeling of being off, but you can feel its texture, its shape, its resonance. This kind of knowing is ancient, accurate, pre-verbal, and it's time to return to it. Let's begin the meditation. Preparation, the body as a sensor array. Sit or lie comfortably. Close your eyes not to shut out the world, but to amplify internal space. Now scan. What is the current texture of my mind? Don't describe emotion. Describe texture. Is it rough, slick, dense, diffuse? Next, ask, where in my body is this texture living? Map it. Is it in the chest, throat, solar plexus? Now breathe into that space, not to relax, but to amplify perception. Let the texture speak. Next layer, sound mapping. Every thought has a sound, even if it's silent. Some thoughts hiss, some throb, some echo, some flutter. Bring your attention to the last thought you had. Now, without changing it, ask, if this thought had a sound, what would it be? A tone? A beat? A hum? A whisper? Now let your awareness move through the mind field, not as a listener, but as a sound mapper. Trace the movement of sound across your awareness. Do some thoughts sound farther away? Do others ring close? That's spatial cognition. Mark the loudest tone. Now ask, is it mine? If not, let the tone fade. If yes, listen for its pulse. Next layer, temperature awareness. Thoughts also have temperature. Anxiety often runs hot. Shame can run cold. Peace is ambient warmth. Bring attention to your inner temperature zones. Ask, where is the heat centered? Where is the cool detachment sitting? What thought is paired with each temperature? Now see these zones as colored fields. Assign color by instinct. You're now visualizing emotional resonance as light field. Let the color shift by breath. Let it soften or brighten. Final layer, dimensional movement. Now feel your mind as a space, not as a line of thought, but a room. Where is the ceiling? The floor? Is it wide or narrow? Let a single thought move through this space. Does it float? Slam? Hover? Shatter? Now try another. Compare. You're now sensing cognitive geometry. This geometry is not abstract. It guides how your thoughts move, collide, and stabilize. Designers of inner reality must know their spatial syntax. Now we integrate. Hold all layers. Texture, sound, color, temperature, geometry. Hold them without analyzing. Just sense. This is multidimensional awareness, the true shape of thought. This is how your system communicates before language arrives. And this is where original insight emerges. Close with this breath phrase. Inhale, I feel the signal. Exhale, I become the shape. Repeat 5 cycles. Then return to your natural rhythm. You have now trained your system to access thought not as data, but as sensory design. You will begin to notice texture in conversation, temperature in ideas, sound in memory. This isn't overload. It's refinement. It gives you a second language for perception, one your nervous system already understands. Next, we will begin visualization as architecture, building inner spaces as structural blueprints for emotional and cognitive transformation. You're not imagining anymore. You're constructing. Visualization has been watered down. It's often treated as a daydream, a mental slideshow, a mood booster, but real visualization, architectural visualization, is something else entirely. It is a form of conscious construction. When used correctly, visualization is not passive imagining. It is a structural process that transforms unformed energy into designable frameworks within the mind field. You are not seeing pictures. You are building futures. You are creating scaffolding, layout, blueprint, and the body reads it as real. Let's state the principle clearly. The mind cannot distinguish between vividly structured visualization and lived experience, which means every thought-built structure you design registers with your nervous system as if it exists. That makes visualization one of the most powerful architectural tools available for thought-form construction, identity upgrading, and narrative transformation, but only when done with form-level precision. We begin not with imagination, but with intention of function. Ask, what is this visualization for? If the answer is vague, confidence, clarity, alignment, refine it further. What is the structural shift you seek? A new self-concept? A thought form reconfiguration? An emotional anchor point? A narrative pivot? The purpose determines the material. Now begin the architecture. First, choose a construction metaphor. Are you building a cathedral? A control room? A crystalline chamber? A high-rise core? A bridge between states? This metaphor is symbolic syntax. Your subconscious understands it immediately. It translates cathedral into sacred authority. It translates control room into central command. It translates crystalline chamber into purification and focus. So don't just imagine. Construct with metaphor. Now we layer sensory data. Visual geometry. What are the shapes used in this design? Sharp angles or curves? Open space or dense complexity? What's the layout of entry and exit? Color field. What tones dominate? Is the color matte or radiant? Cool or warm? Color communicates function. Gold for integrity. Deep blue for clarity. Emerald green for healing. Black for sovereignty. Silver for refinement. Choose deliberately. Material texture. Are the surfaces glass, stone, wood, metal, cloud? Every material triggers a response in your nervous system. Glass means transparency. Stone means weight. Metal means precision. Cloud means adaptability. You're encoding meaning into design. Energetic movement. Does the space breathe? Expand? Pulse? Add a movement rhythm. This stabilizes the structure within the subconscious. Imagine light gently moving along the walls, or a heartbeat rhythm through the floor, or silence that sharpens into attention. Now introduce a function portal, a central chamber, mirror, screen, or node where inner recalibration happens. This is the actionable space inside your visualization. You don't need to fill it with symbolic fireworks. Let it be minimal, direct, and exact. For example, a single chair of carved obsidian facing an endless horizon. A clear crystal suspended over a grid, rotating slowly. A room with shifting walls that respond to your breath. The portal is where transformation anchors. Sit inside it. Breathe with it. Let it instruct your system. Then activate the narrative imprint. Bring one concept, identity, goal, behavior into the constructed space. Let it exist in visual form. Then observe how the space interacts with it. Does it dissolve? Get absorbed? Trigger resonance? Need redesign? Let the interaction run like a simulation. Now adjust the structure as needed. Add reinforcement. Shift layout. Change material. Stabilize flow. This is thought-form engineering. Once complete, do two things. Name the structure. Give it a title. It anchors it in symbolic memory. Store the location. Place this architectural space in your inner map. You'll return to it often. Now exit slowly. Breathe it back into awareness. And let your physical system echo the design. You might walk differently. Speak differently. Remember differently. That's not placebo. That's integration. Practice this weekly. Build multiple structures. A vision chamber. A core integrity hall. A conflict resolution bridge. A shadow recalibration theater. A creative signal tower. Eventually, you'll have an inner city. And from that city, you'll govern the rest of your life. Next, we'll decode the nocturnal layer of your design intelligence. dream encryption, and how to retrieve hidden data embedded inside your symbolic sleep language. Every night, your mind builds myth. It constructs stories, images, distortions, metaphors, not randomly, but in code. Dreams are not entertainment for the sleeping mind. They are encrypted transmissions from subconscious architecture, emotional memory, and identity scaffolds trying to resolve what consciousness has suppressed or missed. They speak in symbolic overlay, not literal fact. This is dream encryption, the layering of meaningful signal inside metaphorical structures. And your ability to decode these signals determines how much of your inner data you can access and integrate. Most people approach dreams like puzzles, but dreams are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be listened to at the symbolic level. To do this, you must understand the 4 layers of dream signal. 1. The storyline layer. This is what you remember, running through hallways, talking to animals, flying over cities. It's not the message, it's the carrier wave. 2. The emotional signature. This is the core. What was the emotion under the story? Anxiety? Exhilaration? Longing? This is the signal's tone. 3. The symbol cluster. Who or what appeared? Repeated patterns? Colors? Motifs? These are code fragments. 4. The disruption pattern. Where did the logic bend? Where did the shift occur? These are entry/exit points in the dream's narrative firewall. Now let's begin your dream decryption practice. 1. Record immediately. The dream is a signal flare. Write it before interpretation. Focus on sensory detail. Color, movement, transitions, spatial dynamics. Even a single remembered object holds full narrative architecture inside it. 2. Identify the anchors. Pick 3 elements: a location, a character, an object or action. Now ask, what emotion did each carry? What waking thought does this echo? Is this element familiar to my past or foreign to it? You're looking for frequency match, places where dream elements align with dormant or unspoken aspects of waking life. That's your point of entry. 3. Apply symbolic filtering. Now run your dream data through 3 symbolic filters. Archetype filter. Who do the characters represent internally? The warrior? The child? The judge? Emotion filter. What emotional need or resistance surfaced? Was it resolved or looped? Pattern filter. What recurring geometries, colors, or situations appeared? Do they match recent inner experiences? You're building a symbolic signature from your dream. Now write 1 sentence. This dream is showing me my current relationship with concept. Example: this dream shows my entanglement with control through the image of being trapped in a glass elevator rising endlessly. That sentence becomes the key. 4. Ritualize the response. Dreams are not just to be decoded. They are to be responded to. Build a ritual. Create a drawing of a core image. Speak the insight aloud to a mirror. Create a 3-minute movement or gesture sequence as response. You're signaling back. Message received. Signal integrated. This closes the feedback loop, and your subconscious will now trust you with deeper data. Dream encryption upgrades over time. As you consistently decode and ritualize your dreams, their structure becomes more precise. You'll begin to lucid dream more often, not because you're trying to control the dream, but because your inner architect is now present during sleep. Eventually, you'll dream in spatial metaphors, rooms under construction, buildings collapsing and rebuilding, new maps being delivered, messages passed through portals. This is your mindfield design intelligence talking to itself. Some dreams will be initiatory. They'll mark identity shifts. Some will be purgative, clearing old syntax loops. Some will be precognitive, offering symbolic previews of emotional structures about to surface. Each carries 1 question. Can you listen without needing to make it logical? That's symbolic fluency. Final practice. Before sleep, ask 1 question. What signal needs to reach me tonight? Say it once. Then trust the architecture. You're no longer asleep. You're in reception. And in the dream, the architect will speak. Next, we bring these symbolic insights into conscious internal language transformation, rewriting your daily inner voice through direct rescripting of your inner dialogue matrix. Your most consistent companion is not a partner, friend, or mentor. It's the voice in your head, not the one you perform with, the one you live inside, the one that narrates your mornings, justifies your fears, critiques your pauses, pushes your urgency, or cloaks your instincts. It runs not on fact, but on pattern. This is your inner dialogue matrix, a tonal operating system that governs the emotional atmosphere of your mind field. And if this voice has never been questioned, it has never truly been yours. Most people mistake this voice for self. It's not. It is an accumulation of inherited tones, narrative residue, protective scripting, and frozen moments trying to organize chaos into control. Until it's rescripted, it becomes the architect of your limitations. Rewriting it isn't therapy, it's design. And in design, voice is structure. Here's what you need to know. The tone of your inner dialogue determines the resonant atmosphere of your cognitive field. Think of it like lighting in a room. You can change the furniture of your life all you want, new habits, goals, beliefs, but if the lighting stays dim, everything you build looks the same. Rewriting this voice is not about positivity. It's about tonal realignment with your native signal. Let's begin with identification. There are 5 dominant inner voice tones that often run by default. The overmanager constantly instructs, uses control as safety, disguised as discipline. Tone: tight, urgent, conditional. Example: you better get this right or else. The echo parent, internalized voice of approval/criticism figures, often outdated. Tone: judging, omnipresent, passive-aggressive. Example: people don't like it when you speak like that. The fractured child, locked in unmet needs, speaks in panic or helplessness. Tone: emotional flooding, spiraling. Example: no one ever sees me. I'm always forgotten. The adaptive mirror, changes tone depending on social exposure, tries to match external validation. Tone: shape-shifting, inconsistent. Example: you should probably tone it down around them. The suppressed mystic, knows truth but is rarely trusted, speaks in subtle clarity. Tone: whispered, calm, patient. Example: you already know what's true. You contain all 5, but one usually leads. Now ask, which voice do I hear the most when I make decisions? Which voice speaks when I fail? Which one activates when I rest, succeed, or hesitate? You're beginning to map your vocal architecture. Next, locate your native voice. This is the one that never panics, doesn't pressure, speaks in tone, not volume. You may have only heard it a few times, but when you do, it settles the system instantly. Ask, what is the first sentence I remember that felt truly mine? What tone calms me even in confusion? That's your resonant voice sprint. You will now begin to rebuild your dialogue matrix around it. Rescripting method, tonal rewriting ritual. Step 1. Write a recent looped thought exactly as it shows up. Example: I should have done more today. I wasted time again. Step 2. Identify the dominant tone. Overmanager, echo parent. Step 3. Isolate the implied rule. Productivity equals worth. Step 4. Speak a rewrite through your native voice tone. Example: today gave me space to feel again. Rest is structural, not optional. Step 5. Say it aloud. Slowly, with breath and pause. Repeat once with full internal listening. This is not affirmation. This is vocal architecture realignment. And every time you do this, you replace brittle internal walls with living signal structures. Your system listens to tone before it listens to logic. The more often it hears your native tone, the more it will allow your true identity structure to stabilize. Optional amplifier, vocal field ritual. Each morning, speak one native tone sentence aloud into silence. not for the world, for your field. Your nervous system will begin to treat that sentence as atmospheric anchor, and that tone will begin to color every internal sentence that follows. That's field sovereignty. Your inner voice is not an accident. It's an architecture. You now rebuild it as a cathedral, not a cage. Next, we'll go beyond language into shape and feeling, where emotion becomes form, and we learn to map emotional states as geometry inside your awareness field. Emotion is not abstract. It is structural. Every emotion you've ever felt has a geometry. Not metaphorically, literally. It occupies spatial dimensions in your system. Grief compresses inward. Joy expands in all directions. Shame curves the body downward. Pride lifts the chest. These are not gestures. They are dimensional expressions of internal states. And once you learn to read emotion as shape, you can begin to design your way through them, not by suppression but by form manipulation. Let's begin with the 3 core truths. 1. Emotions move in patterns. 2. Each pattern has a spatial form. 3. Shape awareness allows structural redesign. This is emotional geometry. It's not theory, it's sensory architecture. Start here. Close your eyes. Bring attention to a current emotional undercurrent. Not the loudest feeling, but the baseline one. Now ask, what is its direction? Does it move upward, inward, ripple outward, spiral, collapse? Next ask, what's the boundary of this emotion? Is it defined or diffuse? Is it sharp-edged or amorphous? Is it wide or narrow? You're beginning to map its geometry. Now give it a shape name. A sphere, a wave, a spiral, a cube, a tangle, a spike, a fog, a flame. Let it name itself. Now bring in color. What color is this emotion's field? Not symbolic color, felt color. Let your body answer before your brain explains. Now map. Shape, direction, color, texture, temperature. This is your emotional design profile for this moment. This is data. This is language your nervous system trusts. Let's try a redesign. Choose an emotional structure you want to transform. Not destroy, shift. Step 1. Map the current shape. Let's say it's a tight coil in the chest. Step 2. Ask, what shape would feel more breathable? Maybe a sphere, a flowing ribbon, a column of light. Step 3. Begin visual replacement. Don't force the shape to change. Introduce the new one as a coexisting option. Let them interact. The old shape may resist. That's okay. Let the new shape pulse slowly, build resonance. Over time, the old geometry begins to recode. You're not pushing emotion away. You're giving it a new form to live in. This is advanced emotional design. You're upgrading from, I feel sad to, there is a dense horizontal wall of cold blue static in my chest. I'm introducing a slow spiral of warm violet light to shift its edge. Now you're not processing emotion. You're re-architecting it. You can build a shape dictionary over time. Track what shapes your core emotions tend to take. Fear might often be a grid of glass spikes. Hope might be a vertical shimmer. Envy might compress into a rust-colored ring. Peace might be an open dome of soft air. Now you begin to build a library of structural interventions. Toolkit. This isn't self-soothing. It's emotional architecture mastery. Bonus integration, movement encoding. Choose an emotional state. Now, based on its geometry, create a short movement to mirror or interrupt it. For example, spiral hand motion to break looping anxiety. Wide open arm motion to expand narrowed grief. Slow grounded footstep pattern to settle fractal confusion. You are encoding the geometry into motion. Eventually, your body will remember the pattern response without needing to consciously decode the emotion. You now feel your system as shape language. And in shape, you've reclaimed power that words could never hold. Next, we give all your thought forms personas, dramatizing the belief systems within your psyche to reveal which ones you've been performing, suppressing, or obeying. We're stepping into thought form theater. You've lived inside belief systems for years, possibly decades. without ever seeing their faces. They speak in your tone. They feel like you, but they're not you. They are thought forms, semi-autonomous loops of belief, fear, logic, memory, and symbolic selfhood that operate like characters within your cognitive theater. You don't need to kill them. You need to meet them on stage. Welcome to Thought Form Theater, where every belief is given a role, a costume, a voice, and a place in your inner play. When beliefs are dramatized, they become visible, and once seen, they can be redesigned. Let's break it down. A thought form is not just a belief. It's a belief that has gathered enough resonance, emotion, memory, and repetition to act as a personality strand inside you. It speaks without being asked. It advises. It warns. It replays. Sometimes it protects. Sometimes it sabotages. But it always follows its script unless you rewrite it. This chapter is that rewrite. First, we locate your primary cast. Sit still. Ask, what voice shows up when I want to change? Who speaks when I step forward? What voice repeats in moments of doubt or failure? Listen. Now give it a form. Don't filter. What do you see when you let that voice become a character? Is it a teacher? A tyrant? A ghost? A worn-out version of you? Let it take on a shape, tone, and posture. Give it a name. This is your first player. Do this for 3 to 5 thought forms. You might meet the guardian of safety, the critic in the tower, the echo of never enough, the ghost of approval, the future forecaster, the silent withholder. Each one carries emotional instructions and cognitive boundaries. They are not evil. They are fragments of survival, but they were never meant to govern your field. Now we stage the scene. Picture a circular theater, dimly lit. Each character sits in a chair facing the center. In the center, you, but not you as default. You as the architect self, the one who now chooses which voices get access, which scripts continue, and which roles dissolve. Now call each thought form forward one by one. Let them speak. Give them the stage. Let them say exactly what they always say, but out loud, exaggerated. Perform their voice. You're not ready for this. You never follow through. You're just pretending. One slip and they'll all see. Better to stay quiet. Risk is chaos. Who do you think you are? Hear them clearly. Then respond not by argument but by witnessing. Say, I see your role. I remember why you were written. But the script has changed. Now give them a new line. Can be short. You are not the director. You are now a consultant. You may speak when invited, not before. You were formed in fear. I live by design. Do this with all. Let the theater change tone. Optional amplifier. Rewrite the play. Take a journal or page. Write out a full scene. List each character, their costume, their motive, their typical line. Then write Act 2. Give the architect self a monologue. Let them reassign roles. Perhaps the critic becomes the quality control assistant. Perhaps the ghost dissolves into mist. Perhaps the withholder transforms into the guardian of discernment. This is inner myth rewriting in motion. The more often you enter this theater, the more inner clarity stabilizes. You no longer confuse sabotage with intuition. You no longer let scripts from old pain run your present design. You become the playwright of your psyche. Remember, not every voice must be silenced, but every voice must know its place. Next, we go from theatrical witnessing to identity shifting, rotating your core sense of self across alternate lenses to unlock the unused selves inside your system. You've been trained to build your identity like a house, brick by brick. Name, role, history, habit, memory. Eventually, it becomes solid, dependable, predictable, but also rigid. What if your identity was never meant to be a house? What if it's a lens? A rotatable, shape-shifting portal of experience that allows multiple versions of you to emerge. Not through chaos, but through conscious modulation. This is identity rotation, not performance, not mask, but inner truth experienced through alternate configuration. At any given moment, you are running one identity mode. It's made of memory, tone, self-permission, narrated boundary. Most people live their entire life through 1 to 2 modes, but inside you are dozens. Some are potential, some are repressed, some are already active but unnamed. This simulation brings them to the surface, not for fantasy, but for recalibration. Let's begin. Sit still. Feel your current identity mode. Ask, who am I being right now? What is this mode optimized for? What emotions are allowed in this version of me? What is not allowed? Be precise. Now step out. Literally shift posture. Move to another seat or stance. Now ask, who was I never allowed to be, but still lives in me? Let an image, feeling, or voice emerge. It might be the fierce one, the playful inventor, the boundless wanderer, the sensual oracle, the laughing warrior, the quiet monarch. Let them step forward. Don't analyze, just embody. Change breath, posture, facial muscles. Walk across the room as this version. Speak one sentence. I see the world like this. I move when others stop. My signal reshapes space. Let them speak. Feel how the body adjusts to permission. You've now accessed a rotated self-lens. Now explore, how does this version speak to fear? What are they capable of? What contracts does this version never agree to? Stay in this lens for 5 to 10 minutes. Let your nervous system register the difference in gravity. Then return to center. Pause. Now bring in a third identity. Ask, what version of me holds my future intelligence? Who is 5 years ahead in alignment? Let them arrive. Step into them. Observe their stillness, their focus, their clarity. This is not fantasy. This is retrieved configuration. You now have access to 3 lenses: the default, the repressed, the future self. Practice rotating between them, not to lose yourself, but to expand your design options. Each lens contains unique thought patterns, emotional bandwidths, and design frequencies. The more fluent you become in identity rotation, the more impossible it becomes to get stuck. Bonus integration, identity lens naming. Give each version a name, an outfit, and a symbolic anchor. Example, the boundless wanderer wears fire-colored robes, speaks in rhythm, never plans ahead. The quiet monarch wears a dark silver crown and speaks with long pauses. The inventor dresses in layered fabrics and only speaks in metaphors. This builds symbolic fluency into the rotation. You'll begin to sense which version is best suited for each decision, challenge, or opportunity. That's design versatility. Final principle. You are not becoming someone else. You are remembering versions of yourself you once suppressed, denied, or forgot. Rotation is not fragmentation. It is liberated precision. Next, we strip away identity altogether. We enter the still point, a calibration of silence between thoughts where identity dissolves and pure architecture can be felt without name, without noise, without lens. Not every transformation is loud. Some arrive so quietly they almost feel like forgetting. This is not collapse. The stillness. In every signal system, there exists a calibration point, a zero state, a reset field, a silent fulcrum. In the human mind, this point is the still point. It is the space between identity and awareness, thought and observer, signal and sound. You can't force it, you can't chase it, but you can enter it. And when you do, you no longer observe the mind, you become the space that holds it. This chapter is your transition node. You've mapped thought, you've filtered signal, you've rotated identity. Now you return to the source, not to think better, but to feel before thought happens. This is not meditation. This is field neutrality, a recalibration of internal architecture by absence, not input. Start with posture. Sit upright but effortless. You're not a statue, you're a signal receiver. Eyes closed. No music. Let the silence in. Feel the default mind begin to reach for thoughts. Don't resist. Just watch. Now begin to trace the pre-thought curve. Right before a thought appears, there's a fraction of space. Tiny delay. a weightless window. That space is the still point. Enter it. Hold your awareness in the gap. Don't try to extend it. Don't try to manipulate it. Let it unfold. Your nervous system may rebel. It may bring forward memories, logic, future plans. This is not distraction. This is the field cleaning itself. Let it clear. Let the storm burn out. Wait, stay, watch. Eventually, a quiet field arrives. Not peaceful in the soft sense, but spacious. Breath slows. Time shifts. Thoughts thin. Welcome. You've touched the precognitive zone. Now bring your attention to the center of your chest. Not the heart. The field inside the heart. Drop attention into that field. Say inwardly, I allow the architect to rest. Not sleep. Rest. Let the structure soften. Let the design pause. Let the identity loosen. You are now calibrating the silent witness layer of your field. This is your system's original operating system, beneath all programming, beneath all characters, beneath all structure. You are now experiencing what remains when all design fades. It's not emptiness. It's source presence. Stay here for 3 to 5 minutes. Then slowly begin to return attention to the body. Feel the limbs, the breath, the shape of the room. Don't analyze, just observe, and say one sentence aloud. I bring stillness with me. This becomes your anchor line. Use it in noise, in conflict, in chaos. It reactivates the still point field instantly. Still point is not escape. It's not a trance. It's zero code clarity. It allows every design choice that follows to be built on signal, not habit. Once you can hold still point, you can re-enter complexity without being consumed by it. You'll move through thought with choice, not compulsion. You'll design from silence, not reaction. That's cognitive sovereignty. Optional advanced use. Real-time pause insert. In conversation, in stress, in decision, drop into a micro still point. Just 2 seconds. Breathe. Feel the space before your next sentence. That space contains infinite possibility. It breaks the chain of automation. This is still point in motion. Eventually, it becomes your default. You no longer speak as reaction. You speak as signal from center. With still point calibrated, we begin a new phase. The raw materials of your mindfield are now visible, pliable, and responsive. What comes next is symbolic integration. We'll begin constructing your internal mythology using color fields, narrative DNA, archetype alchemy, and emotional soundscapes. You've cleared the chamber. Now you write the code. Before thought becomes word. Before belief becomes narrative. Before identity becomes language. It begins as tone. A frequency without sound. A resonance without edge. The subconscious doesn't speak in words. It speaks in color fields. These are not imagined colors. They are vibrational overlays. Emotional signatures that tint the lens of consciousness and filter how you receive reality. You don't just feel emotions. You perceive them through color. Grief might wash the world in gray. Joy may feel golden. Shame, sickly green. Power, crimson or obsidian. These are not poetic embellishments. They are frequency codes. And once you learn to identify and work with them, you gain access to an entire symbolic operating system that can be used for emotional alignment, narrative extraction, inner decision routing, thought form sculpting. Let's begin with color as emotional intelligence. There are 7 primary fields we'll work with, but your personal color code may be completely unique. Each color represents an internal emotional function, not a mood. Here's an example set. Red, activation/rooted action/self-command. Orange, emotional translation/sensory presence. Yellow, cognitive light/clarity/perceptual mapping. Green, expansion/receiving/flow state. Blue, expression/boundary/vocal truth. Indigo, pattern recognition/inner vision. Violet, integration/synthesis/signal wisdom. Now sit still. Close your eyes. Ask, what is the dominant color of my consciousness right now? Let your body show you, not your mind. Now ask, is this color native or imposed? Does it feel like yours? Or did you absorb it from someone else? Now map your emotional field. Move through the body one region at a time. Head, throat, chest, gut, spine, hands, feet. Ask for each. What color is expressing here? You are scanning for internal overlays. This is not synesthesia. This is signal fluency. Now visualize your entire field as a color shell, a semi-transparent aura around your body. Observe its thickness, clarity, vibration. Is it static or fluid? Is it bright or dim? You're now reading the current field condition of your emotional architecture. Next, we apply intentional color insertion. Choose a frequency you want to activate. Let's say you need clarity, yellow. Picture a fine mist of golden light entering your headspace. Let it pour into your chest and spine. Breathe it into every organ. Now say, I allow yellow to bring thought into form. Let the color move as intelligence. Don't visualize conduct. You're now coding through resonance. Color doesn't just change feeling. It changes narrative alignment. You'll notice different thoughts begin to arise. New memories, altered inner tone, altered pacing. Why? Because thoughts must match the field they're built in. You just shifted the frequency substrate of your cognitive terrain. Now create your own emotional color map. Think back on 3 moments when you felt most in alignment, when you felt fractured, when you felt deeply connected to future possibility. Now ask, what color dominated my field in each case? Write those down. Give each a code name. For example, electric indigo equals my vision state. Warm orange equals my core healer. Dim gray equals my identity fog. These codes now become access points. Next time you feel lost, ask, which color am I broadcasting? Then adjust. Optional integration. Color field walk. Choose a color. Let's say green, receiving and expansion. Go outside. Walk slowly while breathing green light through your field. Let each breath paint a layer. Feel the subtle shift in posture, gaze, even thought speed. This is not imagination. This is frequency scaffolding through color resonance. Over time, this becomes a navigational tool. Color becomes compass. Your emotions are not chaotic. They are structured light. Your thoughts are not random. They are painted signal on emotional canvas. And you are not just a thinker. You are a color field designer. Next, we listen to how life mirrors your symbols back. We begin decoding reality as a living metaphor, where patterns, events, and symbols replay like loops of feedback asking to be acknowledged, completed, or redesigned. We now enter symbolic echo. The world speaks back, but it doesn't use words. It uses symbols, situations, patterns, timing. Every repeated event, delay, breakthrough, or tension you experience has a symbolic shadow. Life isn't just happening, it's mirroring. This is the symbolic echo. And when you learn to decode it, you no longer experience life as chaos. You see it as a structured replay of internal narrative loops. Not to punish, but to clarify. Start here. What if nothing in my life is random, but everything is patterned communication? Symbolic echoes are how your subconscious reflects itself through experience. You create themes and life generates versions. You carry an unspoken narrative. I am overlooked. I must prove myself. I am not safe when visible. And the world keeps placing you in metaphorical stages that reinforce it, until you extract the code. There are 3 layers to every symbolic echo. 1. The surface event. What happened? Who was involved? What triggered it? 2. The internal reaction. How did your body, emotion, and thought respond? 3. The core metaphor. What does this stand for in your internal architecture? Examples. A car breakdown might reflect identity exhaustion. A delay in communication may symbolize suppressed expression. Repeating misrecognition could reflect inner disconnection from authentic self. To decode a symbolic echo, begin here. Step 1. Recall a charged recent event. Let's say, you were interrupted repeatedly while sharing an idea. Step 2. Pause the story. Detach from characters. Step 3. Ask, what is the shape of this event? Is it compression? Silencing? Dismissal? Step 4. Now ask, what other life moments felt like this shape? You'll start to see the echo. The world is reflecting your inner frequency structure, not as reward or punishment, as design feedback. The echo will continue until its metaphor is upgraded, which means you notice the pattern, you change the internal narrative, you shift behavior, thought form, or attention. Life stops reflecting the outdated metaphor. This isn't attraction, it's resonance scripting. To become fluent in symbolic echo reading, practice this weekly. The echo log. Each day, write one standout interaction, one unexpected obstacle, one moment of emotional clarity. Then ask, what symbol did each carry? What internal thought or belief does this symbol reflect? What would change if I no longer lived by that metaphor? Write new metaphors. Old, everything I love gets taken away. New, everything I love shows me how to deepen presence. Old, I always have to do it alone. New, my solitude builds clarity. Collaboration finds me aligned. These become your internal code edits. Advanced integration. Once you've identified a repeating echo, create a physical disruption ritual. Example, if silence keeps showing up as rejection, create an intentional 3-minute practice of speaking your truth aloud into empty space each morning. You're shifting the metaphor from silence is abandonment to silence is my studio of signal. That's symbolic redesign. Final layer. Use daily life as symbol rehearsal. Every object, delay, encounter is a metaphor waiting to be named. The broken cup equals a container too small for who you're becoming. The elevator stopping at the wrong floor equals a detour to a new altitude. The person who forgets your name equals the old you no longer present in the field. This is not superstition. It's symbolic fluency. And when you become fluent, life becomes sculptable. You're no longer reacting to life. You're reading it as your subconscious translated through metaphor. That's mindfield alignment in motion. Next, we go beneath story into narrative construction, down to the cellular level of the identity script that governs how you tell the world who you are. We're now editing your narrative DNA. Your life is not a story. It's a story generator. You don't just live through time. You translate your experiences through an inner narrator who selects what matters, what it means, and who you are inside it. This narrator is not neutral. It has a tone, a syntax, a bias, and until you name it, you will keep reliving a version of yourself you didn't consciously write. This is where we go in. You're about to edit your narrative DNA. What is narrative DNA? It's the foundational structure of your internal storyteller. It's made of emotional assumptions, language loops, archetypal alignment, memory hierarchy, self-referencing code. Together, they produce your inner narrator. This narrator shapes perception, edits memory, and generates predictive identity syntax. You don't just recall your past, you recreate it, and your future unfolds inside that reconstruction. Start here. Ask, who is the narrator in my mind? Is it the survivor, the skeptic, the misunderstood artist, the fixer, the seeker, the forgiver, the invisible one? Listen for voice. Now ask, what story does this narrator always return to? What scenes always get replayed? What does this narrator never say? These are your core code blocks. Next, identify your opening line. If your life was a book, what is the first sentence? Not what you want it to be, what it feels like internally. Examples. He never quite fit in. She learned early not to speak too loudly. They always knew they had to earn love. No one saw the real them, and they got used to it. This line governs your internal plot line, and unless it's rewritten, the rest of the book writes itself from there. Let's edit. Step 1. Write your current internal bio in 5 to 7 sentences. Use emotional honesty, not performance. Step 2. Read it aloud. Note tone. Watch for contraction, defensiveness, or sadness. Step 3. Ask. Is this who I truly am, or who I had to become? Step 4. Choose a new opening line. Not fantasy, not hype, but signal truth. Example, old. She always knew she'd have to prove herself. New. She carried galaxies in her silence, and only now is learning to translate them. Old. He could never do anything right. New. He built 1,000 wrong doors before realizing he was the one who invented keys. Let your new line resequence the narrative. Then write 5 to 7 new sentences that follow from this truth. You've just edited your narrative genome. Now anchor it. Choose 3 symbolic actions to enact the new narrative. Speak one truth aloud each morning in the tone of the new narrator. Decline one situation per week that doesn't match your rewritten storyline. Replace one inner memory loop with a new symbolic image. Something that honors your truth, not your trauma. You are no longer remembering from pain. You are constructing from code. Optional amplifier. Narrator ritual. Each week, light a candle or sit in intentional stillness and ask, who wrote this week's story? Was it the old narrator or the architect? Let the answer guide how you adjust your tone, your attention, your presence. Because when your narrator changes, your perception grid updates instantly. Life no longer feels like a maze. It becomes a co-designed book. Final insight. Narrative DNA is not fixed. It rewrites every time you reclaim authorship. And you don't need to rewrite the whole book. You only need to change the voice that tells it. Next, we step into shadow. Not to fear it, but to map it as the final untracked terrain in your inner design. We'll trace how avoidance creates shape, and how hidden selfhood waits behind the unspoken. We now enter shadow maps. What you avoid doesn't disappear. It reorganizes. It moves beneath your conscious attention, shaping decisions, responses, and identity scaffolds without asking for permission. This is not darkness. This is unmet structure. What you fear, suppress, or forget becomes what you unconsciously build around. That's the shadow, not evil, not negative, but unintegrated signal. And it always leaves a trail. That trail is what we now map. You carry multiple shadow frequencies. Each one emerges from an interrupted instinct, an unresolved emotion, a rejected aspect of identity, a trauma-bound belief, a culturally inherited suppression. The shadow doesn't need confrontation. It needs cartography. You are now the tracker. Start here. What part of me have I never brought into the light? Don't answer with logic. Feel the body. Tightness, avoidance, hesitation. These are clues. Now ask, what emotion do I not allow myself to feel fully? What behavior in others do I silently judge or overreact to? What version of me have I disowned to survive? These 3 questions form the triangulation point of your first shadow zone. Shadow is not just psychological, it's spatial. It lives in how you flinch when praised, downplay your vision, overcompensate in public, control vulnerability, laugh off your unmet needs. These aren't quirks. They're defense geometry. Now we draw the first shadow map. Label your zone with a shape, a texture, a symbol. For example, a locked attic filled with dust-covered mirrors, a cold silver lake beneath a silent mountain, a black corridor with echoing footsteps. This is the metaphoric home of your avoidance. You'll return here often, not to dissolve it, but to navigate it. Let's bring in shadow fluency. Each shadow carries a signal inversion, a power turned inside out. For example, suppressed rage becomes self-neglect. Hidden brilliance becomes perfectionism. Rejected sensuality becomes social detachment. Silenced truth becomes passive manipulation. Name your inversion. Ask, what am I doing instead of being direct? What am I performing to hide a deeper truth? You're not shaming the shadow. You're revealing its signal distortion. Now breathe into it. Place a hand on the body where you feel the shadow's weight. Speak to it. I see the shape of you. I see the gift inside the armor. Pause. Let the nervous system respond. This is somatic permission. Next, create a shadow contract break. Every shadow holds a silent contract like, if I stay small, I'll stay safe. If I deny this part of me, I won't be abandoned. If I never show this power, I'll be acceptable. Now write the contract out. Then say, I revoke this contract. I retrieve my original signal. Now design a new agreement. My power is not dangerous. It is designed. I can be loved without hiding my whole self. Visibility is not a threat. It's alignment. This is not affirmation. It's field reprogramming. Bonus integration. Create a shadow retrieval ritual. Draw or write your symbolic shadow map. Light a single candle. Speak the qualities you retrieve aloud. Close by saying, you are no longer exile. You are now design. Over time, the parts you once feared become your greatest construction material. You stop avoiding. You start architecting with everything. Shadow isn't the enemy. It's unclaimed architecture, and you now hold the map. Next, we enter archetype transformation, learning how to shapeshift your inner cast, turning fear into guidance and shame into signal through the art of character alchemy. You don't just think, you cast. Inside your mindfield lives a full ensemble of characters. Some speak loud, others whisper. They perform roles scripted by memory, belief, trauma, and inherited stories. These are your archetypes, symbolic personas that govern your tone, decisions, and energy flow. And most of them are still playing old scripts. Scripts written before you knew you were the architect. But now you rewrite. Now you alchemize. Archetype alchemy begins with one premise. Every inner character can be transformed, not erased, but evolved. You don't exile the inner critic. You upgrade it into the precision mentor. You don't banish the inner child. You elevate it to the signal seer. This is not roleplay. This is energetic reformation. First, identify your primary archetypes. Ask, who governs my behavior under pressure? Who speaks when I fail? Who controls my silence? Examples may include the guardian, the martyr, the performer, the strategist, the rebel, the outsider, the servant, the visionary, the judge, the withholder. Each one has light and shadow. Your task is to redeem the shadowed ones and refine the distorted ones. Choose one archetype to work with. Let's say the martyr. This character says, I must sacrifice myself for others to feel okay. If I speak up, they'll leave. My pain proves my love. This isn't just emotional, it's structural. Now ask, what truth does the martyr distort? Likely, care, empathy, dedication. But it's warped into self-erasure. Now reframe. Who would the martyr be if empowered? New form. The sacred steward. Rewritten script. I serve from overflow, not depletion. My presence nourishes without disappearing. I am allowed to have needs and still be a healer. Now visualize the character transforming. Change their clothing. Alter their posture. Shift their voice. Place them in a new symbolic environment. Perhaps the hunched martyr becomes a luminous steward robed in emerald light, holding a chalice that never empties. You are not imagining. You are recasting inner energy. Repeat this with each outdated archetype. Write the transformation pathway. Name the current role. Identify its distorted belief. Extract the hidden gift. Design the alchemized version. Speak its new script aloud. This becomes your archetype evolution chart. Over time, the inner cast aligns to your architect self. They no longer fight for control. They function as integrated allies. Optional amplifier. The inner council ritual. Visualize a round table in a symbolic chamber. Invite each archetype to sit in their new form. Introduce yourself as the designer. Declare the purpose of the council. Alignment, clarity, sovereignty. Let each character speak. Let them advise. This isn't fantasy. It's cognitive ceremony. Final insight: archetypes don't die. They evolve with you. When you update your story, you must update its characters, or they'll keep dragging the old script into your redesigned world. But now you speak the new roles into form. You don't ask the old parts to step aside. You give them a better part to play. Next, we explore how to shape your identity using form itself. We'll bring sacred geometry into your mindfield, structuring personality, boundaries, and signal using shapes as design scaffolding. We now enter geometry of self. Identity is not a name, not a label, not a personality trait. It's a structure, and every structure has a shape. Most people carry identities shaped by reaction. A box for safety, a wall for control, a mirror for validation, a spiral of confusion, a fog of dissociation. But shape can be redesigned. You can build identity like an architect builds a temple, through sacred geometry, dimensional scaffolding, and intentional form. Welcome to the geometry of self. What is geometric self-design? It's the conscious creation of internal identity through spatial intelligence. Instead of saying, I am a thinker, or I am emotional, you say, I operate from a triangular field, anchored by clarity, fluidity, and stillness. I embody a hexagonal design, each side a function of trust, creation, observation, restoration, discernment, and integration. You stop thinking in traits. You begin thinking in architectural syntax. Let's begin. Step 1, current shape scan. Close your eyes. Bring attention to your current sense of self. Now ask, if this version of me had a shape, what would it be? Let your body answer. Is it round, sharp, narrow, wide, flat, spiral, fractal? Now add, what material is this shape made of? Is it stable or shifting? Does it have edges or flow? You are now reading the form of your identity field. Write it down. This is your default construct. Step 2, identify strengths plus frictions. Ask, what does this shape allow me to do with ease? What does this shape make difficult? For example, a narrow tower gives perspective but lacks rootedness. A sphere provides wholeness but may avoid edges. A jagged edge gives defense but prevents reception. You are decoding the functional consequences of form. Step 3, design upgrade. Now imagine your desired experience of self. Ask, what does my optimal field need to hold? Clarity, fluidity, strength, openness, speed, stillness? Now assign geometric equivalence. Here's a simple key. Triangle equals direction plus focus. Square equals grounding plus stability. Circle equals inclusion plus wholeness. Hexagon equals harmony plus multidimensional function. Spiral equals evolution plus flow. Tetrahedron equals energetic core strength. Cube equals structural mastery. Now choose 1 to 2 forms to incorporate into your new self field. Visualize them inside your body. Rotate them. Feel how they shift your stance. You're now entering symbolic identity modeling. Step 4, anchor with movement. Once you've chosen your new shape configuration, assign a simple movement that reflects it. Example, triangle, step forward with arms extended in point. Hexagon, hands interlock in 6-fold symmetry. Cube, ground both feet, palms downward, spine upright. Repeat the movement slowly, saying aloud, this is my shape of self. You're no longer performing identity. You're sculpting it. Optional layer, identity blueprint diagram. Draw your current and updated shapes. Label the function of each angle or side. Create symbolic anchors for each corner or point. Example, a square identity blueprint might have Side 1, emotional equanimity. Side 2, conceptual clarity. Side 3, somatic sovereignty. Side 4, narrative command. This becomes your identity map. Use it to recenter when your field destabilizes. Why does this work? Because thought is fluid. Shape is stable. You need geometry to anchor the liquid nature of awareness. Otherwise, identity leaks. But with structure, identity becomes coherent design. Final prompt. If my identity was not a concept, but a spatial chamber I lived inside, what would I build? Answer that with feeling. Then live from its architecture. Next, we move from space to sound. You'll now begin sequencing emotion like musical composition, assigning internal states to tonal frequencies, learning to conduct your inner orchestra for design precision. We now explore emotional sequencing. You are always listening to something, not music through headphones, but the emotional soundtrack of your awareness. It runs beneath thought, a low hum of sadness, a pulsing anxiety loop, a melodic wonder, a fractured silence. You don't just feel emotions, you sequence them, and that sequence creates your field. Change the sequence and you change the atmosphere of your life. This is emotional sequencing, the act of composing your internal soundtrack as if it were a score. Let's begin with awareness. Ask, what's the dominant tone in my field right now? Don't name it as emotion first. Name it as sound. Is it a drone? A chime? A low thump? A violin in the distance? Now ask, what emotion is this sound expressing? That's your signal-emotion pairing. You are beginning to hear yourself. There are 3 components to emotional sequencing. Timbre, tone quality, is your emotion sharp, soft, thick, metallic, warm? Tempo, speed, is it rushing, dragging, fluttering, sustained? Key, emotional signature, is it major, expansive, or minor, contracted? These 3 factors determine the emotional song you're currently broadcasting. Step 1. Emotional sound map. Pick 5 emotional states you feel regularly. Now assign a sound type to each. Example, calm equals deep cello, slow rhythm. Joy equals bright harp, fast flutter. Anger equals drums with staccato rhythm. Doubt equals intermittent static or echo. Inspiration equals wind chimes over silence. This becomes your emotional sound library. Use it as a translation tool. Whenever a feeling arises, ask, what instrument is playing in me right now? Step 2. Rewrite the sequence. Choose a current unwanted sequence. Let's say, doubt, hesitation, shame, silence. Now feel the sound of each. Maybe it's echo, pause, low hum, mute. This is your default loop. Now create a new sonic arc. Curiosity, clarity, courage, expression. Translated into sound. Chime, rising tone, drumbeat, clear bell. Now visualize that score playing in you. Conduct it slowly. Let the first tone replace the last known pattern. Breathe the new tempo into your system. You're not imagining. You're rescripting your internal signal score. Step 3. Emotional sound installation. Choose your desired tone for the day. Let's say, unshakable presence. Ask, what instrument represents that? Perhaps it's a steady low gong or a resonant bass. Now before you speak, act, or respond, pause and play that tone internally. This is emotional entrainment. You are tuning yourself. Others will begin to feel the shift before they hear your words. That's design through resonance leadership. Bonus technique. Morning sound dial. Each morning, choose 1 emotional tone, 1 metaphor sound, 1 sentence of alignment. Example, tone, sovereignty. Sound, canyon echo with flute. Sentence, I speak from the inside of truth. Now repeat that sentence once, while imagining that sound moving through your body. This sets the frequency arc of your day. You're not reacting to emotion, you're composing your field. Final insight, you are not broken when your emotions fluctuate. You are simply changing keys. Like a master composer, your role is not to stay in one sound, but to know when to transition, when to hold tension, when to resolve, when to rest in silence. You are an emotional conductor. The more you listen, the more elegant your inner compositions become. Next, we locate portals in daily life. Hidden gateways disguised as habits, routines, and mundane movements, each one capable of transporting you into dimensional awareness when activated consciously. We now enter portal points. There is no separation between the mystical and the mundane, only the degree of attention given to the moment. Most people treat their day like a script of necessary errands. But what if every moment was a dimensional hinge? Every glance, gesture, movement, capable of shifting states, activating new identities, or triggering internal alignment. You pass through portals daily, but rarely do you notice them. This chapter trains you to see them. Portal points are symbolic triggers embedded in the routine, not to escape life, but to pierce deeper into it. They are thresholds where attention meets presence, and presence becomes design. Examples: turning a doorknob, brushing your teeth, washing your face, drinking water, checking your phone, sitting in a car, stepping into a room. Each is already encoded with repetition, and anything repeated becomes a cognitive anchor. Your task is to reclaim the anchor. Let's begin. Step 1. Identify your most frequent unconscious actions. Ask, what do I do every day without awareness? List 5. Now ask, what quality of consciousness do I want to associate with each? Example: turning a doorknob, entering clarity. Brushing teeth, cleansing old thoughts. Washing face, resetting inner lens. Drinking water, absorbing new intelligence. Sitting in a chair, returning to center. You've just created a portal protocol. Step 2. Assign an activation sentence to each portal. Short, precise, symbolic. Examples: I enter aligned space. I cleanse what no longer applies. I see through the lens of truth. I drink from signal. I return to my blueprint. Say this internally or aloud every time you engage the action. Repetition is the installer. Meaning is the signal. Step 3. Add microvisuals to reinforce field shift. When turning a knob, visualize a beam of light unlocking inside your chest. When washing your face, imagine false narratives melting like ink. When stepping outside, picture walking through a translucent gate of your future self's awareness. You're training the subconscious to recognize transition. You're making architecture out of habit. Now increase complexity. Choose one part of your day that usually feels dull, reactive, or mechanical. Example: commuting. Transform it into a dimensional corridor. Begin with a breath. Choose one identity lens for that space: the observer, the architect, the quiet flame. Play one inner tone, as learned in emotional sequencing. Speak one anchor phrase. This motion reveals precision. Now the drive isn't lost time. It's pattern refinement. Portal points work because ritual scales awareness. You don't need candles or incense. You need coded intention applied to repeatable action. The ritual is not outside of you. It's how you move through the world with designed cognition. Optional layer: portal chain. Create a sequence of 3 to 5 portal points across your day. Each one connects to the next. Example: wake plus touch feet to floor equals grounding field. Shower equals signal purification. First sip of water equals mental clarity initiation. Step outside equals identity confirmation. Return home equals integration gate. Over time, these become energetic signposts. You're no longer floating through a day. You're walking through a designed field. Final insight: you don't find portals. You name them. You don't wait for transformation. You build transformation into action. Next, you'll design symbolic rituals, personalized, resonant actions that rewrite internal code and reshape your narrative field at will. We now enter rituals of recode. Transformation without symbol is unstable. Change needs a body, a form, a frame, a repeatable expression. That's where ritual comes in. Not as performance, as precision coding. You've spent this journey observing, sculpting, listening, editing. Now you begin writing in your own syntax. Ritual is how the subconscious accepts new reality as fact, because the body is now involved. Ritual is the bridge between awareness and embodiment. Let's define it clearly. A ritual is a repeated action, embedded with personal meaning, conducted with full presence, used to shift, encode, or anchor a state. Ritual is not superstition. It is the formalization of symbolic design. There are 3 kinds of rituals in mindfield reprogramming. Clearing rituals, remove outdated signal. Anchoring rituals, stabilize new patterns. Encoding rituals, install future state cognition. You'll design one of each. Clearing ritual. Purpose. To discharge old emotion, identity fragments, looping scripts. Start with this question. What weight have I been carrying that no longer matches my design? Name it. Then choose an action to release it. Examples. Write the belief on paper. Burn it with a breath and speak. This no longer codes me. Stand in the shower. Press your palm to your heart. And say, everything false melts now. Clap your hands once in each corner of a room, releasing trapped emotional residue. This becomes your signal reset gesture. Repeat it as needed. The repetition creates signal clarity. 2. Anchoring ritual. Purpose. To root a new signal into behavior. Ask, what new state am I ready to make real? Clarity, confidence, peace, precision? Choose one. Now create a morning or evening action tied to that signal. Example, light a small candle while stating, I build from focus. Tap your solar plexus and say, I trust my direction. Walk in silence for 3 minutes with a mantra step rhythm. Keep the ritual simple but symbolic. It's not the action. It's the meaning coded into repetition. 3. Encoding ritual. Purpose. To program your future state into the present field. Choose a future identity from your inner landscape. See Chapter 29. Ask, what gesture, posture, or phrase does this future version of me begin each day with? Now imitate it. Let's say your future self opens each day standing in sunlight, arms wide, saying, this body is intelligence. This moment is alive. Create your version. Do it once a day for 7 days. Notice how thoughts begin to reorganize. This is not magic. This is repetition activating neural field coherence. Optional enhancer. Symbol object. Choose one item to represent your recode anchor. Can be a stone, a piece of jewelry, a folded cloth, a stick or crystal, a photo. Hold it during your ritual. Keep it on your person. Every time you touch it, say, code confirmed. Over time, this becomes a mobile ritual portal. Final insight. Ritual is not the domain of priests and sages. It is the language of anyone willing to name their pattern and claim their power. You don't need rules. You need intent plus form plus repetition. That's all. You are not waiting to become real. You are coding your reality through symbol. Next, we shift perception entirely, from words and timelines to spatial cognition. You'll learn to design your thoughts like rooms, not lines, creating mental chambers for navigation, memory, and presence. We now enter the spatial mind. Linear thought was a useful tool, a sentence, a list, path, but it limits. It assumes time moves one way. That thought must stack in order. That understanding must follow cause. The deeper intelligence of the mind does not move in lines. It moves in rooms, in chambers, vaults, courtyards, galleries, bridges. It holds thought spatially, layered, circular, architectural. You are not a thinker. You are a builder of interiors. The spatial mind is the design mode of consciousness where thought is structured like architecture, not text. This is how dream logic works, how deep memory stores, how internal contradiction can exist without conflict. In spatial mind mode, you don't argue with thought, you walk through it. You don't analyze, you explore. Let's begin with a model. Choose a topic you're mentally navigating. Could be a decision, a pattern, a relationship, a self-belief. Now ask, what would this look like as a building? Example, a career decision might appear as a hallway with 2 doors. One leads to a tower of visibility. One to a studio of quiet mastery. Now walk through each. What colors? What smells? What textures? What shapes? You're not fantasizing. You're mapping cognition into form. This is more than metaphor. It's functional internal design. Each room becomes a thought construct. You can return to it, update it, refurnish it. You're no longer rethinking the same problem. You're walking through its architecture with choice. Step 1. Construct a primary thought chamber. Choose one thought you visit daily. Let's say, am I enough? Ask, if this belief lived in a room, what would that room look like? You may see a dim closet, a performance stage, a cracked mirror in a dusty hallway. That's your current spatial imprint. Now redesign it. Build a truth chamber that supports your aligned signal. New room, high ceilings, skylight, a central pillar with a glowing core. Now move your awareness to that space before major decisions. Let it hold you. That's spatial thinking in practice. Step 2. Create multi-room thinking paths. Choose a complex situation. Break it into components. Assign each a room. Example, a personal transformation process may have the archive for reviewing memory, the mirror hall for identity reflection, the portal for transition, the forge for choice-making, the library for future scripts. Now, instead of spiraling in thought, walk the path. One room per stage. Speak aloud in each room. I am now in the archive. I retrieve only what empowers signal. I am now in the mirror hall. I release distortion. I am now in the portal. I open to unformed clarity. This trains the subconscious to map complexity with structure. No more loops, only rooms with doors. Optional advanced model. The inner home. Design your entire mindfield as a structure. Give it a core chamber, still point/architect seat, a story vault, narrative construction, a signal tower, future field transmission, a garden, emotional regeneration, a forge room, decision/will, a dream room, intuitive input. Name them, walk through them daily. This becomes your spatial OS. When confusion hits, return to the chamber. When emotion swells, walk into the garden. You are now dwelling inside design. Final insight. A linear mind reacts. A spatial mind holds. You are not here to solve thought. You are here to contain signal with form. The mind becomes a cathedral, not a hallway. That's mental sovereignty. Now that you've established inner rooms, we enter master-level design, applying everything learned across identity, signal, space, and pattern to build living thought ecosystems. You will now design entire systems of regeneration, intelligence, and alignment within your cognitive terrain. We begin with designing thought ecosystems. Most people think of their mind as a battlefield. Thoughts collide, beliefs argue, emotions rage, decisions stall. But this is not the nature of thought. It is the result of unintelligent design. Thought isn't war. Thought is life form. And when structured intentionally, it becomes an ecosystem, a garden of interrelated signals, each with purpose, each nourishing the others. This is the new model. Your mind is a living field. You're not managing thoughts. You're cultivating a signal biome. What is a thought ecosystem? It's an inner environment where beliefs, memories, emotions, and identities support each other, maintain regenerative flow, self-regulate, invite growth instead of friction. This is not optimization. This is living coherence. Step 1. Map your current terrain. Ask, is my mind more forest, city, desert, swamp, or tundra? Don't think, feel the texture. Now ask, what species dominate this terrain? Anxious loops equals aggressive weeds. Old beliefs equals dying trees. Hopeful vision equals saplings. Core truths equals strong-rooted trunks. Now sketch or list your dominant species. This is your mental biodiversity index. Step 2. Identify parasites and predators. Some thought forms consume more than they give. These are parasites, constant self-doubt, toxic comparison, loops that never resolve. Some thought forms destroy other growth. These are predators, hypercontrol, shame patterns, chronic emotional retraction. Mark them clearly. Name them. Ask, what part of me keeps feeding this species? Now choose a method of removal or containment. You're pruning not to erase but to reclaim ecosystem balance. Step 3. Introduce pollinators and protectors. Every ecosystem needs support. Who are your internal allies? The inner mentor equals guidance. The future self equals clarity. The sacred fool equals joy and disruption. The guardian equals boundary and protection. Give them symbolic roles. Let the mentor walk the garden weekly. Let the fool shake the tree when stagnation hits. Let the guardian block thought forms that do not belong. You are building a conscious alliance system. Step 4. Design daily ecosystem rituals. Morning watering. Name one thought form to nourish. Midday sun. Breathe awareness into your dominant signal tree. Evening compost. Let go of one decayed belief. These tiny actions maintain field fertility. Over time, the mind becomes a generative environment. Clarity grows. Distortion fades. Resilience stabilizes. Optional integration. Seasonal thought cultivation. Use the natural seasons as symbolic design cycles. Spring, introduce new ideas and identities. Summer, amplify expression and clarity. Autumn, harvest insight and prune what no longer fits. Winter, silence, still point, and internal architecture refinement. This aligns your mind field to cyclical intelligence. You're not forcing evolution. You're moving with design rhythms. Final insight. You don't control thought. You cultivate the conditions in which useful thoughts thrive. That's ecosystem thinking. And it leads to internal sovereignty that doesn't need fixing. Only tending. You become a designer of regeneration. Next, we claim your input gate. You'll take full command of the signal entering your mind field, curating, filtering, and restructuring your cognitive diet with full intention. We now enter signal sovereignty. Every thought you think is shaped by a signal. Every belief, reaction, emotion, and impulse has a signal of origin. And most of them, they didn't come from you. They entered through repetition, exposure, influence, habit, trauma, culture. The mind field is not just made of what you choose. It's made of what you allow in. This is where most transformation fails. You try to rewire a system still taking instructions from a corrupted stream. Sovereignty begins with signal control. Signal sovereignty is the discipline of conscious input design. It is not avoidance. It is not denial. It is the precision filtration of frequency, data, narrative, and energy allowed to code your awareness. It means you filter what enters, decode what remains, replace what misaligns, curate what sustains. You no longer walk through life absorbing whatever speaks loudest. You become a signal architect. Step 1. Audit your input field. Take inventory. For 24 hours, track all input streams. Media, articles, videos, music, digital, social feeds, messages, alerts, environmental, sounds, decor, language around you, interpersonal, tone, energy, words of others, internal, loops, voices, imagined dialogues. At the end of the day, ask, which signals strengthened my clarity? Which signals diffused my awareness? Which signals coded me with fear, urgency, or fragmentation? Highlight the top 3 most draining inputs. Now declare, I revoke unconscious permission to this frequency. Step 2. Design your cognitive firewall. A firewall doesn't block everything. It filters what doesn't match your architecture. Build one in layers. Layer 1, physical space. Remove objects that hold outdated memory loops. Simplify your visual field. Create one signal clear zone, no media, no messages. Layer 2, digital field. Unfollow 30% of voices that do not resonate. Mute without guilt. Create bookmarks only for signal-aligned sources. Layer 3, interpersonal intake. Set a pre-interaction filter. Does this interaction return me to alignment? Silence unnecessary input during creative or recalibration windows. After interaction, pause. Ask, what signal lingered? Layer 4. Internal gatekeeping. Interrupt reactive loops with breath-based redirects. Replace intrusive scripts with your anchoring sentence. Install signal replacement phrases. See below. Step 3. Install signal replacements. You can't erase thought, but you can replace the input format. Instead of, why is this happening again? Use, which signal is shaping this loop? And what's the clean upgrade? Instead of, I have to stay informed. Use, I choose signal that aligns with my design priorities. Instead of, I'll just scroll for a minute. Use, I choose intentional stimulus that nourishes thought architecture. Repetition installs. Conscious replacement confirms. Step 4. Build a signal menu. Create 3 to 5 categories of intentional input. Example, inner silence, 10 minutes per day. Symbolic language exposure, poetry, myth, metaphor, architectural intelligence, structures, systems, philosophy. Emotional tonality, music that reflects your ideal emotional blueprint. Embodied insight or teachings grounded in present-state design. Every day, input at least one from each category. This creates a signal circulation loop that feeds clarity. Optional layer. Signal sovereignty mantra. Each morning, speak. I command the gate. I approve the code. I release the noise. I retain the source. This field is mine. Say it at the threshold of your day, and before every major intake event. This reinforces sovereignty at the frequency level. Final insight. You are not your thoughts. You are the terrain those thoughts walk through. The terrain is shaped by what enters it. Reclaim the gate. You'll never again wonder why your clarity collapsed. You'll know which signal built the distortion, and you'll replace it. That's sovereignty. Next, you'll design signal-aware relationships, learning how interpersonal dynamics form shared thought fields, and how to architect connection from presence instead of survival. We now enter thought architecture in relationships. Most relationships are built reactively. We find connection through emotional survival, inherited roles, scripted archetypes. We perform presence while hiding fragmentation. We call it intimacy, but it's often just mirrored coping. Thought fields are not isolated. They interact, and every conversation, silence, touch, and rupture creates a shared cognitive environment. You're not just engaging a person, you're building a thought structure together. You can either let that structure emerge unconsciously, or you can design it. Let's name the blueprint. Every relationship is a thought structure made of mutual assumptions, shared language, repeating patterns, emotional anchoring, unspoken agreements. These form the architecture of how you and another person meet. When distortion shows up, it's rarely about what was said. It's about the fault lines in the shared structure. Step 1. Map the current structure. Choose one relationship dynamic to analyze. Ask, what are the 3 core beliefs this relationship is built on? Example, they need me to be strong. If I'm too honest, I'll lose connection. We avoid conflict to protect peace. Now ask, what kind of structure do these beliefs build? You may see a lopsided bridge, a dim tunnel, a glass room with no door. That's your current cognitive container. Is it stable, expansive, restrictive? Step 2. Redesign the shared field. Ask, what kind of architecture would support truth, growth, and clarity between us? Examples, an open courtyard, a 2-pillared temple of honesty and play, a spiral tower of curiosity, a sanctuary with individual chambers. Now assign shared values to each design element. Pillars equals mutual honesty. Windows equals transparent emotion. Door equals consent to access each other's inner world. This is not metaphor for metaphor's sake. This is structure as emotional agreement. Step 3. Introduce thought form repatterning. Most relational pain loops are driven by repeated thought forms. They never hear me. I can't ask for what I want. If I show all of me, they'll leave. You need to break these with relational syntax rewrites. Replace with, my truth strengthens our connection. Request is not disruption, it's design. My fullness refines the shared field. Say these silently during interaction. Say them aloud in conflict recovery. Over time, they change the foundation of response. Step 4. Build a relational signal map. Identify the emotional states that tend to dominate your dynamic. Label them with signal names: clarity zone, static loop, echo chamber, signal divergence, still point room. Now agree on basic signals for navigation. Example: I'm in a static loop. I need recalibration. Can we move to the still point room for 3 minutes? This feels like signal divergence. Let's pause input. This transforms reaction into design language. Conflict becomes navigation, not crisis. Optional ritual, the architecture talk. Once a month, sit down with your partner/friend/collaborator. Answer these together. What structure did we build this month? What rooms feel unused or overused? What beliefs shaped our current floor plan? What would we like to renovate? What's one design metaphor we want to activate? This turns your relationship into a living architecture. It's never static. It's iterative design. Final insight: connection doesn't survive because of history. It thrives through continual architecture. You are not seeking compatibility. You are choosing to build compatibility through shared signal design. You don't just love people. You design how you meet them. That's architectural intimacy. Next, we move into identity in motion, anchoring selfhood across shifting conditions, roles, and timelines without collapse. You'll now learn the art of anchoring identity in motion. Who are you when everything shifts? Not when you're certain, not when life aligns, but in rupture, in relocation, in endings. Do you disappear? Do you perform the safest self? Or do you remain a stable signal inside flux? This is the question of identity anchoring, and not static identity, but identity that can move without losing coherence. Selfhood that flexes, adjusts, adapts without falling apart. This is not personality management. This is dimensional rooting. Let's define it. Anchored identity is the practice of maintaining a core signal state across environments, emotional terrain, social roles, temporal fluctuations, narrative shifts. It means your sense of I is not based on consistency of circumstance, but on a designed internal signal signature. Step 1. Extract your core signal state. Ask, what is the signal I feel most myself within? Not a role, not a goal, a frequency. Is it stillness, clarity, curiosity, compassion, creative flow, sovereign presence? Choose one. Now name the phrase that holds it. Examples: I am the field of quiet certainty. I am the I inside the pattern. I am the rhythm that adapts without distortion. This becomes your anchor sentence. It's not an affirmation. It's your identity stabilizer. Step 2. Locate the collapse points. Where do you lose access to that anchor? Ask, in which context does my signal distort? Examples: high emotion, social complexity, conflict, loneliness, overstimulation, achievement pressure. Now create a map of collapse triggers. Label each with a metaphor: storm corridor, crowd static, abandonment tunnel, success mirage. These aren't flaws. They are the zones where your current anchor does not yet root. Now declare, I now extend my root into collapse zone. Visualize your signal wrapping around the distortion, not avoiding it. That is the beginning of identity in motion. Step 3. Mobile signal practices. Develop 3 portable rituals that call your anchor state forward on demand. Examples: touching thumb to forefinger while saying your anchor phrase, pressing palm to solar plexus during disorientation, whispering your anchor tone during transitions. See Chapter 37. Use these in elevators, meetings, airports, bathrooms. This is mobile signal continuity. You're not performing groundedness. You're recalling your signal across context. Step 4. Dimensional identity roles. Build a model with 3 anchor personas. Core self, the unchanging signal you return to. Adaptive self, the shape you wear to engage the world. Observer self, the awareness that notices both. Visualize each one clearly. Give them a position in your inner space. The core self sits at the center. The adaptive self rotates based on context. The observer self floats above with neutrality. Now, during life events, name which self is speaking. This prevents false fusion, when temporary adaptation pretends to be true self. Instead, you're informed by form but held by core. Optional layer, anchor stone. Carry a physical object, a stone, charm, or symbol that reminds you of your root signal. Every time you touch it, repeat your sentence silently. It becomes an externalized anchor for mobile environments. Final insight: anchoring is not stillness. Anchoring is stability inside motion. You don't stop the winds. You become the architecture that dances without collapse. That's identity design across time. Next, we expand your view forward. You'll now learn to design from the unknown, not based on prediction, but on signal intelligence that transcends what you've seen before. We enter inner futurism. The future cannot be predicted, but it can be designed, not from data, but from signal convergence, from inner architecture that aligns with unseen potential, rather than reacting to the past in disguise. Most people design futures based on history. They repeat disguised loops, different wrapping, same structure. That's not creation. That's replication. True futurism begins within, and it operates from a different premise. The future is a signal I choose, not a timeline I wait for. Let's define inner futurism. It is the art of projective consciousness design, shaping upcoming experience from signal and symbolic design, rather than circumstance or narrative planning. It works by tuning to the emotional texture of your future signal, building symbolic environments for that signal, creating decision scaffolds from the future back to now, acting as a channel for the unmanifested pattern. You don't guess. You construct resonance maps. Step 1. Identify your future signal texture. Ask, what emotional condition do I want to feel in my unknown timeline? Not a goal, not a result. Felt condition. Examples: sovereign clarity, magnetic stillness, creative proliferation, deep relational harmony, expansive ease. Now name the texture of that signal. Smooth silk, deep ocean vibration, golden static, electric breath, warm wind. This gives your future a felt frequency. Now declare, this texture is my signal point of origin. That becomes the frequency you transmit forward. Step 2. Design the signal environment. Construct a symbolic setting where this future signal lives. Example: if your texture is deep ocean vibration, your symbolic environment might be an underwater city lit by pulse light, a calm observation dome beneath shifting tides, a chamber of sonic resonance. Visualize this place clearly. It becomes your future habitat template. You don't move forward to reach it. You move inward to receive from it. Step 3. Reverse engineer the path. From that future habitat, ask, what does this version of me do differently? List 5 choices or behaviors. Then ask, what thought structures support that behavior? What identity anchors make it possible? What portals open that path? This becomes your reverse scaffold. You install these elements now, not in response to current life, but in allegiance to the future you already designed. Step 4. Activate inner future transmission. Each morning, connect to your future texture. Close your eyes. Speak your future signal sentence. Visualize the symbolic space. Feel it inside the body. Act from that field for one decision, no matter how small. This trains your field to receive from the unknown. You're not chasing vision. You're relaying the future through current choice. Optional practice. Dream channel technique. Before sleep, write your future texture and signal sentence on paper. Ask, show me the next aligned pattern. Upon waking, write the first image, word, or emotion that arrives. Treat it as code. Translate symbolically. Over time, your dream mind becomes a signal receiver for future state intelligence. Final insight. The future does not emerge from control. It unfolds through frequency alignment and symbolic congruence. You don't wait for the future. You install the architecture it requires. You move toward it not with steps but with signal clarity. That is the essence of inner futurism. Next, we step into recursive design, the capacity to redesign the very designer inside you. You now meet the part of you that creates your architecture and learn how to evolve it. We enter recursive self-design. There is a designer within you, not the thinker, not the dreamer, the one who constructs the very frameworks you've used to interpret every experience, build every belief, and anchor every thought. You've been shaping your mindfield, but now it's time to redesign the one who designs. This is recursive self-design, the most advanced layer of internal architecture. Not fixing what you've built, evolving the consciousness that builds it. Recursive self-design begins with a single truth. My current tools of transformation were built by an earlier version of me. That version had its limits, its assumptions, its fears, and it still governs how you interpret reality. That earlier architect built your default metaphors, your response styles, your internal language, your transformation frameworks, your model of possibility. So if you keep evolving within that same framework, you hit a ceiling disguised as growth. This chapter is about one thing: evolving the operating system that creates your inner structures, not just redesigning thought, but upgrading the logic of self-construction. Step 1. Identify your primary design assumptions. Ask, what do I unconsciously believe must be true in order for me to change? Some common ones. I need to be in control. I must fully understand before I act. It has to feel aligned every step. I can only grow when I'm in pain. Change must be visible to be real. These are not surface beliefs. They are architectural rules. Now ask, who in me wrote these? Visualize the part of you that built them. What age? What role? What story? You've now located the version 1 architect. Step 2. Interview your inner architect. Bring this architect part forward. Now ask, why did you build the system this way? What were you protecting me from? What were you trying to achieve? Answer without judgment. Thank them. Now ask, are you willing to evolve? If yes, proceed. If no, ask, what would you need in order to trust the next evolution? Often it's evidence of safety or permission to release duty. You are not rejecting this part. You're retraining it. Step 3. Design the next architect. Now bring forward your future architect. Ask, what principles would I build by now from this signal field? Examples. Transformation is spiral, not linear. Insight does not require suffering. Mystery is not a problem. It's design potential. Safety is not stagnation. It's foundation. Structure should be elegant, not heavy. These are your new governing codes. Write 3 to 5. This becomes the instruction set for your evolved design mind. Step 4. Transfer design authority. This is a symbolic act. Close your eyes. Visualize version 1 architect. Thank them. Now watch them hand over a key, a tool, or a symbol to the new architect. Maybe a compass, a quill, a blueprint, a flame. Now speak aloud. I transfer design authority from survival-based structure to signal-based intelligence. This marks the recursive upgrade. From here, every technique you've used in this masterclass shifts context. Not because the method changed, but because the designer did. Optional layer, recursive reminder cue. Choose a word, object, or symbol that reminds you of the new architect. Place it where you make decisions. Each time you hesitate, ask, which architect is speaking? Let the new one respond. Over time, recursion becomes the default. You no longer act from templates. You refactor your system in real time. That's living recursion. Final insight. Most change is like painting a wall in an old house. This level of change, you're rebuilding the frame of the house itself while still living in it. That's what recursion requires. Courage, clarity, surrender, and the willingness to say, I now evolve the one who creates. Next, we shift fully into behavioral integration. You'll move from vision to embodiment, from idea to expression. You will now become the architecture you've imagined. We enter embodying the signal. You've seen the designs. You've drawn the maps. You've tuned to the signal, created symbolic rooms, rewritten scripts. But there's one more threshold. The most important, the most avoided, the point where imagination becomes action, where identity exits the internal chamber and enters the body, the voice, the world. This is embodiment. It is not a concept. It is transmission through form, the only true sign that design has taken root. Let's define it. Signal embodiment is the translation of internal architecture into external behavior, not through performance, but through congruence. Your field becomes what you once had to imagine. You no longer have to remind yourself who you are, because you are doing it. That's the final fold of design. Step 1. Define your embodied signal set. Review everything you've built. Now name the 3 to 5 most essential signal truths that define your current architecture. Examples. I move from internal certainty. My presence transmits coherence. My words build clarity fields. My silence holds power. My attention sculpts reality. Now ask, how do these show up in my body? Not just my thoughts. List, posture, tone, pace, eye movement, gesture. That's your signal body map. Now align behavior to signal, not as performance but as truth in form. Step 2. Detect signal leakage. Where are you speaking clarity? But standing in collapse. Where are you naming truth? But avoiding eye contact. Where are you choosing boldness? With hesitant tone. These are signal distortions. Not flaws, just misaligned architecture. Now pick one distortion and reverse it, not in thought but in body. Example, if you shrink your shoulders while saying, I trust myself, then lift your chest, slow your speech, say it again, let the signal land. This is not about confidence. It's about resonance match. Step 3. Design a daily signal transmission practice. Every morning, choose one signal. Move as that signal for 5 minutes. Speak one sentence aloud. Make one micro-choice in alignment. Examples. Signal presence. Sentence. I exist fully in this moment. Action. Pause before responding to the first text of the day. Daily repetition wires the body into congruence. You stop chasing the signal. You walk as it. Step 4. Build signal integrity in high-fracture moments. These are the tests. Feedback, conflict, uncertainty, overwhelm, judgment. The question is not, how do I win? It's, can I remain signal-aligned in disruption? This is the true marker of embodiment. In those moments, speak inward, signal remains, and hold form, not as armor, as invisible architecture. Optional practice. Signal mirror walk. Stand before a mirror. Speak your chosen signal aloud. Watch your eyes, posture, and breath. Ask, does my field match my sentence? If not, adjust. Not to impress, to realign. Over time, the body becomes the default transmitter. You don't embody anymore. You simply are. Final insight. Imagination creates the map. Design builds the structure. But embodiment is the doorway through which the future enters the world. You don't become your thoughts. You become your signal made visible. You are no longer rehearsing. You are now real. Next, we conclude the mythic arc, where life becomes the outward expression of inner architecture. You'll learn to live your symbolic system as a daily mythology. We now enter the living myth. You are not just a person moving through life. You are a signal-bearing narrative engine, a story being animating invisible architecture. And the moment your internal design becomes your external orientation, you stop living reactively. You begin living mythically. This isn't fiction. It's structured consciousness embedded into reality through personal metaphor, symbolic direction, and lived alignment. This is what it means to become your internal blueprint. Your myth is not a fantasy. It's a design template for behavior, emotion, and choice. Let's define it clearly. A living myth is a personalized symbolic system through which you interpret your experiences, anchor your transformation, articulate your values, guide your decisions, embody your future. It's not about telling a better story. It's about living as a designed narrative structure. Step 1. Identify your mythic pattern. Every human has a dominant internal myth, usually unspoken, inherited, or distorted. Common examples: the survivor, the lost seeker, the martyr, the exiled genius, the invisible child, the warrior of light, the bridge walker, the silent flame. Now ask, what story has shaped most of my decisions so far? Not the one you wanted, but the one your reactions reveal. Once identified, describe its structure, archetype, tone, conflict, resolution style, emotional frequency. This becomes your unconscious myth map. Step 2. Recode the archetype. You are not here to delete your myth. You are here to refactor it. Ask, if this archetype evolved, what would it become? Examples: the survivor, the strategist of peace; the exiled genius, the sovereign visionary; the martyr, the signal alchemist; the silent flame, the living beacon. Now write a new story arc. 3 acts only. Origin signal: what truth were you born to carry? Distortion phase: how was that truth bent or hidden? Reactivation: how do you now transmit it consciously? This is your mythic signal statement. Speak it aloud every week. It's your compass. Step 3. Design symbolic elements. Assign symbols to your myth. Examples: color, element, fire, air, water, earth; animal, terrain; object, staff, ring, book, flame, key. Let each represent an emotional or energetic principle in your system. Use them in your home, in rituals, in journaling, as totems for choice points. Your subconscious responds more powerfully to symbol than logic. These become anchors for your myth in daily life. Step 4. Mythic integration ritual. Build a simple ritual to confirm your narrative embodiment. Each morning or week, name your archetype, speak your signal statement, touch or wear your symbol. Take one small action aligned to that myth. This anchors identity to narrative motion, not passive hope. You're no longer waiting for clarity. You're performing clarity symbolically. Optional practice: rewrite the mythic loop. Choose one recurring conflict in your life. Now reframe it as, this is a chapter of my myth, and it exists to refine core signal trait. Examples: conflict with authority, refining sovereignty; repeating endings, initiating transformation mastery; emotional distance, cultivating signal purity. You no longer fight the story. You rewrite the function of the chapter. Now the mind field responds differently, because the field follows the story it believes it's in. And now you've changed the story. Final insight: most people seek change by altering circumstance. But when you design your myth and walk it, life rearranges to mirror that signal. You're no longer a person having experiences. You're a blueprint walking through time as symbol, form, and field. This is the core of mythic consciousness. Not to tell a better story, to be the symbol of your own design. Next, we leave even the symbol behind. We'll walk to the edge of the map, past architecture, beyond the thought field, into the territory where design dissolves into direct awareness. We now move into infinite terrain. There comes a point where even the most refined signal dissolves, where architecture loses function, where identity becomes too slow, where thought itself is a boundary. This is not regression. This is not confusion. This is the threshold of infinite terrain. And only when you reach this edge do you realize, everything I designed was never the end. It was the doorway. You have spent this entire journey building, refining, sculpting. Now release the tool, because the truth beyond structure cannot be designed. It must be entered. What is infinite terrain? It is the field beyond mental constructs, the pre-thought awareness layer, where cognition rests and presence becomes design. Not in concept, in state. It has no identity, no architecture, no structure. It is unformed intelligence, and it lives inside you, waiting. Step 1. Locate the edge of thought. Sit in silence for 5 minutes. As thoughts arise, instead of engaging, ask, what is behind this thought? Follow it back. Thought, concept, image, space. Stay with the space. Then ask, what notices this? You have reached the observer behind design. Do not label. Do not narrate. Simply remain there. This is preconceptual clarity. Step 2. Dissolve your design. Recall your strongest symbol, your most elegant room, your clearest signal. Now speak aloud. I release this structure. Visualize it melting into light, not to destroy it, but to move beyond needing it. This is not disloyalty. This is evolution. Even sacred design is a temporary interface. Beyond it lies pure cognition. Step 3. Enter the infinite terrain. Close your eyes. Now speak inwardly. I require nothing to know that I am. Feel the space where that sentence comes from. Feel how no identity holds it. No metaphor. No story. Just being. Stay. Let that silence fold over you. Let perception relax. Let presence replace architecture. You are now in the infinite terrain, where nothing needs design, because you are the field. Optional practice, edge walk. Once a week, walk in nature alone. No devices, no narrative, no destination. Only one internal phrase. I walk beyond the map. Let your awareness extend past language. This practice trains the body to exist beyond mental interface. You are not escaping design. You're recognizing that you are not limited to it. Final insight. All maps are useful, until they are not. All thought fields are powerful, until they obscure the silence they were born from. You are the field. You are the terrain, not the structure within it. When all design dissolves, what remains? Conscious presence that needs no form. That's where real mastery begins. Next, we complete this mythic transmission. You will meet the one who has been asleep beneath the scaffolding, the true architect. It's time. We now arrive at the architect emerges. You have arrived at the threshold, not a finish line, not a conclusion, but a convergence. The structures have been drawn, the scaffolding erected, the signals tuned, the echoes resolved, the myth awakened. Now you stand in the stillness beyond thought, equipped not with answers but with design intelligence. This chapter is not instruction. It is return to the one who was always there, the one who wrote the questions before the journey began, the one who watched silently from the shadows of your inner terrain. The architect, not a metaphor, not a title, not an archetype, a role, presence, a truth. That role is yours. Let's name what has happened. For 49 movements of internal design, you have mapped the hidden contours of thought, identified signal distortions, restructured identity anchors, designed emotional architecture, activated nonlinear timelines, performed symbolic transmission, walked into preconceptual terrain, and now, without needing to speak it, not intellectually, inherently, that you were never being shaped by thought. You were shaping it. You were never reacting to life. You were building it, silently, continuously, from beneath every conscious moment. The architect is not a new identity. It is a capacity remembered, a signal signature that says, I shape this mindfield now, fully, responsibly, mythically, carries no arrogance, no separation. It is the surrender of performance in exchange for sovereign creative authorship. You do not need credentials. You do not need clarity every day. You only need presence to your own design intention. That is enough. Step 1. Acknowledge the long sleep. You weren't broken. You were dormant. The architect was not gone. It was resting under narrative detritus, social scripts, inherited maps. You didn't forget your power. You simply wore too many roles to hear it. So now pause and say aloud, I remember who builds here, not with force, with invitation. That's how the architect returns, not as a lightning strike, but as a quiet rising, a voice that says, let's begin shaping again, without the old noise. Step 2. Re-enter the mindfield as designer. From this moment forward, everything in your awareness is a site of potential design. A single emotional trigger is a blueprint needing refinement. A recurring situation is a feedback loop requesting new structure. A resistance is an unfinished floor plan waiting for completion. This does not mean obsessively tweaking. It means walking through life with architect's presence. Ask yourself daily, what am I building, right now, through this attention, this tone, this story, this response? Not to judge, to remain structurally awake. You are no longer in the house reacting to walls. You are now designing the house from within it while living inside it. That's multidimensional cognition. Step 3. Create your living blueprint. This is not a goal chart. This is not a plan. It is the expression of your chosen signal ecology in designable life dimensions. Choose 5 blueprint zones: thought, emotion, body, connection, vision. Now assign each a living principle. Examples: thought, I construct cognition in spirals, not lines. Emotion, I allow signal to move freely, then route what serves. Body, I move with architecture, not inertia. Connection, I speak from symbolic clarity, not need. Vision, I source futures from signal, not story. Write these, speak them. These become your living operating codes. No longer hidden, no longer implied, declared. Step 4. Design from the inside out. Let your day begin not from agenda, but from field design. Before action, ask, what signal do I choose to build from today? Let the answer shape how you speak, walk, reply, rest. Then ask, what does this moment require of the architect? You will be told, refine the tone, reframe the metaphor, shift the posture, hold the silence, alter the scaffolding. This is not perfectionism. It's conscious authorship of signal space. You stop reacting to the day. You construct the field through which the day passes. Optional practice, the blueprint journal. Each night, write, what signal did I transmit today? What did I build through attention? What structure revealed distortion? Where did the architect pause? Where did the architect act? You are no longer writing a journal. You are logging architectural progress in a living system. This becomes your mythic record, the library of the architect. Step 5. Legacy design, the final layer. Architects do not build for now alone. They leave encoded signal structures behind them. This is not legacy in fame. This is resonance transmission through action. Ask, if someone walked through the mindfield I leave behind, what would they absorb? Not your words, not your achievements, but your signal design. Let every decision begin to seed this question. Let every word be a brick. Let every silence be a doorway. Let every presence be a chamber. Let your life become a blueprint others walk through, without ever needing to see you. That is silent mastery. That is sovereign design. Final activation. Speak it fully. Stand. Place your hand on your chest. Speak with no performance. I am the architect now. I do not wait to know. I create knowing. I do not react. I sculpt response. I do not echo. I generate signal. My life is not reaction. It is construction. I do not need belief. I live blueprint. The field is mine to shape, and I will shape it, because the architect is awake again, and I am home. Silence. Feel that. Let it resonate. Let it install. Not into thought, into action. You are now the system. You are now the author. You are now the architecture itself. The signal has been transmitted. The blueprint has been unfolded. The scaffolding of who you were has been dismantled. The myth now walks, and the architect has emerged. This is not the end. This is the origin point of living design. Shape with clarity, live with precision, transmit with presence, and always return to the one truth beneath all transformation. The field is made of thought. The thought is shaped by signal. The signal is chosen by design. The design is mine to create. Welcome home.